The day that we had the break-in, I hear the glass getting racked out of the window. Grab your cell phone, lock the door, call 911. You can hear on the call gunshots in the background. I grab my rifle. There was 4 of them. There was one guy facing me directly. Then the second and third guys were climbing through the window. I dropped the safety and fired 2 rounds, hit him twice in the chest. He immediately sprinted back for the window. I turned to engage the other 2 guys. A little bit of a gunfight ensued. I heard my first round, didn't hear any of the rest of the rounds. I remember I couldn't hear the concussion of their gunshot.
Welcome back to the Defenders and Disciples podcast. Today my guest is Brian Ferguson. Brian has been in professional dog training for over 22 years, and he is a well-respected producer of dual-purpose canines for law enforcement. He holds multiple black belts in traditional martial arts, in addition to 6 years in Muay Thai kickboxing and a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Brian also spent 3 years working in private security, as well as time running a fugitive recovery team in Tennessee. Brian is also a family man and entrepreneur. And now I give you Brian Ferguson.
What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
What's up, man? It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while.
Yes, sir.
I'm so glad to have you on the show, especially in the live format. You're the first one.
Cool. Love it.
You're my first.
Yeah, man.
So just like I do in some of the other ones, it kind of feels weird breaking the ice with you because we've known each other for so long.
It's been a bit, yeah.
However, for the audience's sake, I'll just go ahead and do the icebreaker questions, and then we can get right into the meat of the interview.
Cool. Let's get it.
You ready?
Yep.
All right. What is your everyday carry?
So my EDC has evolved a bit over the last few years, but right now my EDC is a Staccato C2.
Okay.
And I've got the new RMR HD on it.
Yeah.
With the bigger optic opening. It's freaking phenomenal.
Yeah.
With a TLR 7A on it. So got a light on the weapon. And then outside of that, I carry typically appendix. Sometimes I carry off body, especially if I'm working dogs. Mm-hmm. Typically carry appendix. And then rest of my EDC just consists of, I carry a Streamlight wedge. A little flashlight that works really well, super flat, easy to carry. And then usually either a Spyderco folder or I'm currently carrying a Spartan Blades folder.
Okay.
And then I've always got medical in my car close by. And
do you like that? What's the Streamlight called? The
wedge.
Do you like that?
I do. I like it a lot because it's flat, so it kind of carries like a knife instead of being round. And it's just only got 2 settings. When you turn it on, it's at 500 lumens, and then it's got a 1,000 lumen boost setting on it, and it's rechargeable by USB-C.
Oh, wow.
Which just about everything I own is USB-C now.
Yeah.
So it makes it super convenient. It's not a crazy expensive.
That's the first one, because I think all the others were micro USB.
They were.
Which is like, come on, guys, it's 2023.
Yeah, we've
or 2024.
Yeah, we passed that now. But no, yeah, I dig it. It's been a great light, and I've only had it, and I've been using it daily for probably 8 or 9 months now.
Okay.
And but no battery life issues, no recharging issues. So far, so good. So.
And you said it. So is it like 10-tap programmable like all the others, where you can like have it to where it always does the boost setting or always does the low setting?
No, it's just basically got a default on. It's got a little switch on the side of it, and when you turn it on, it's automatically at 500 lumens. Uh-huh. Then if you push the switch forward and hold it forward, it goes and boosts it up to 1,000.
Okay.
And so as long as you're holding it, it stays boosted. As soon as you let off, it drops back to 500. So yeah, I've been digging it.
Yeah, I just I reordered was it the ProTac? It's like the most common one they have. Mm-hmm. The ProTac 8-shell or no. I can't remember the name. They have so many different names now, but
right.
It's I've gone through like 3 of them now because I keep or every so often I'll lose it. I'm like, oh dang it, go back on Amazon and order another one for like $50. But I saw that one, and I mean, it's probably just because I'm not used to that style. It's almost like the Surefire. Was it stiletto?
It is. It's kind of similar shape to the Surefire stiletto, but I think it's even a little smaller. Like it's thinner. Like I find with this one, if I need to carry it like in my back left hip pocket, it can sit far enough over to the side that I don't sit on it. Right? Because I'm conscious of trying making sure I don't sit on my wallet, sit on my phone, and mess up my back. And so but it'll sit far enough over to the side that it clears your glutes. You won't sit on it. So I like it. I dig it.
I'm about to check one of those out.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. How about next question? What is the most unusual job you've ever had? Oddest job, however you want to take that.
Oddest job I've ever had. Well, I can tell you what the most fun job, I didn't pay for crap, right? But the most fun job I had was doing fugitive recovery. That was a lot of fun.
Okay, yeah. I remember when you did that.
And that was a wild time. Like, it's just basically a good time with your buddies out running around trying to grab people and take them back to jail. But it doesn't pay for crap. I mean, it was not a good career. But probably the weirdest job I had when Katie and I first got married. We lived in Texas still. We've been married 21 years now. And so we lived in Texas still. When we first got married, I worked for a big commercial lawn care company. And so basically what I did is treat people's lawns for weeds. So I was like the Scott's guy. Right? I worked for Scott's Lawn Care. And that's what I did, is run around and treat people's yards for weeds. So I basically spent about 6 months bathing in carcinogenic chemicals every day.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah. And finally I just got tired of it. I was like, I can't do this. I can't go home every day smelling like weed poison.
Oh my gosh. So,
but yeah, that was a long time ago.
Wow. So yeah, we met, was it bouncing we're working the clubs? Was that when we met?
It was through Scott.
Yeah, through Scott.
It was through Scott. But the very first time we met is you had a preparedness group get together at your place.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And Scott drugged me along. Right? Scott was like, hey, I met this dude named Taylor. You should come with me.
He's crazy.
Yeah. And I'm like, I'm down. Like, that sounds great for me. So yeah. And there wasn't a ton of us there, maybe 6 or 7 people there all together. That time. But yeah, that was when we first met.
Okay. I do remember that now. Yeah. Did we ever work together at any of the nightclubs?
I think there was one night that we did, and it would have been like a special, like a New Year's Eve night or something like that. Yeah. Because I think I stopped working for them full time right before you started.
Okay.
And then I would come back. They would ask me to come back if they had like New Year's Eve, and stuff gets wild down there on New Year's Eve and stuff like that. And so I think we did work together one night, but it was after I was there full time.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Awesome. Okay. This is a good one. What are 3 things that you would like to have on you during a zombie apocalypse? Speaking of preparedness.
3 things to have on me during a zombie apocalypse. Well, as we all know, right, you have to kill zombies in the head. Mm-hmm. So certainly would want a firearm with me. I would also want some form of a longer reach bladed weapon, right? Whether it be a machete or an axe or something along those lines. And then what would be the third thing? Right, of course, you have all the typical survival stuff. Like, you want a way to make shelter and fire and water and all that stuff. But probably coffee.
Coffee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, probably coffee. Because
what kind of coffee?
Life would get depressing pretty fast without coffee. And so, man, really, I like, lately it's been...
Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donuts?
Not Dunkin' Donuts. What's the one I've been getting lately? I just buy it at Walmart, but it's a super high caffeine coffee content, or super high caffeine content coffee. I can't even remember the name of it now. But it's like it's not Black Rifle coffee, but it's owned by it's a veteran-owned company similar to Black Rifle, and they just do super high caffeine content coffee. But it's just regular old, like, medium roast black coffee.
Yeah,
nothing special.
So on the zombie apocalypse question, name someone you would want on your team, present party excluded and family excluded.
Does it have to be a person?
No, I guess not.
I'd have one of my dogs with me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have one of my dogs with me. Usefulness of a dog in trying to procure things to eat and help defend things, super helpful.
Yeah, especially if the virus cannot jump to the canine.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Now, if it winds up being like a fungal virus, like cordyceps mushrooms or something like that, we're
that
all
show's
screwed.
Terrifying.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're all screwed then, so it's all downhill.
Yeah, was it called The Last of Us?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly a pretty dark show.
It is. But have you actually seen, like, the bugs that get taken over by cordyceps mushrooms and what it does to them? Yeah,
that's why it's so scary.
It's freaking nuts. Yeah. It's real. Mm-hmm. It is real.
And with the what is it called? Oh my gosh. What did they do with COVID? Where they with the studies they were doing with COVID that caused it? Because they were experimenting, right?
Right.
And they gain of function. Right?
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know if you can do gain of function with that. Maybe I'm talking way outside my my training and expertise here, but that would be scary if they're like, hey, well, just in case this ever happens, we need to design this thing and figure out how to combat it in case it ever happens. So let's go ahead and figure out how we can make these fungi jump to humans. And then I could see that.
I'm pretty sure there's some things we should just leave alone.
Yeah,
absolutely. I think that should be one of them.
Yes, before we just destroy ourselves.
Yep.
No, so you'd pick a dog. It's funny. I've asked several people this question, and I had a guy on yesterday, Mike Seeklander, and he picked. He stretched the bounds of this question, which I liked it. But he said the first thing he would have is like some underground shelter.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And the other one was like a vehicle, like some sort of a vehicle, like a MRAP or something like that. And I was like, yeah, that's a pretty good. I mean, I did say something. I didn't say how big the thing could be. So there you go.
Yep.
So let's talk about, I think the next question, you have a story that will tie into this. And that is, what is a really amazing God story that you have that you could share? And I think you have one that pertains directly to preparedness and defense and protecting yourself and your loved ones.
Yeah. So kind of setting the stage a little bit. So moving back, this was 6 years ago now, roughly about 6 years ago now, 2018. But moving back to 2018, at the time I was training dogs on the side. I had been doing it full time for years, gotten out of it for a while. Now that's what I'm back doing full time again, is training both canines for law enforcement work and pet dogs. But I got out of it for a little bit, and for a little while I owned a gun shop, right? So I had my FFL and I had my SOT. So we did suppressors and short barrel rifles and all that stuff for folks. And in the midst of all of that, and kind of where this longer story getting shorter is going, is that April 8th, 2018, we had a break-in into our gun shop. And having that break-in was, it was kind of odd timing. So it was super late on a Sunday evening, like 11:30 on a Sunday evening. And the way our gun shop was set up is we actually lived in the back of a warehouse. Gun shop was in the front of the warehouse, right? So it was kind of a weird setup. Most people don't live in their gun shops. We did. And we're out in a very, very rural area, so out in the middle of nowhere. But
because it was almost like a barn dominium type layout.
It was, yeah. It was it's almost 10,000 square foot between both top floor and bottom floor. But just a big steel building, commercial steel building that before we owned it was a hardware store, is what it functioned as before we owned it. And so we had about 1,500 square feet in the front that was ground level out to the parking lot. That's where the gun shop was, the showroom, stuff like that. Then directly behind that on the top floor was where our living quarters were. We had about 2,000 square feet that we had converted to living quarters, bedroom for my son, and all that good stuff. And so the day that we had the break-in, I had actually been working on my rifle, right? So I'm a little bit of a creature of habit, right? Like my rifle for home defense is in the exact same place every day, right? It doesn't move. It stays in the same place, in the same condition. I know exactly what conditions it's in if I need to pick it up to do something. So, but earlier that day, I had recently built this rifle. I had built it probably, 2 or 3 months prior to this. And I had taken it out, test fired everything, put probably 11, 12, 1,500 rounds through it just to make sure everything functioned flawlessly. And then I was going back to do things like staking the buffer tube, right? Like I hadn't fully staked the buffer tube in case I needed to pull things back apart and do anything else. So the day that the break-in happened, earlier that day, I had taken that gun, taken it out to my gun shop, put it on my workbench, pulled everything apart, and was going back through it, cleaning it, making sure everything was good, and then going ahead and staking the buffer tube, making sure that the gas block was fully staked and everything was good to go. Then that evening, my wife and I went out to dinner. So we went out and just grabbed Mexican food down the street, got back to the place, maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock, somewhere in there. And then we went about our evening business. Meanwhile, my gun was still taken apart and in the front, in the shop on my workbench. So 9 o'clock or so, we get ready to put my son in bed. My wife puts my son in bed. I sit down to watch some TV. I was actually watching K1 kickboxing, right? So I was actually watching TV. And while my wife was putting my son to bed, I just had this, and most believers will have experienced at some point, right? But this still small voice that said, hey, don't forget you left your rifle in the other room. You need to go get it and put it back together. Put it back where it goes. Okay, so this was 9:30 at night, right? So I pause the TV, get it from what I'm doing, go into the shop, get my gun, put it back together, function check it, put the magazine in it, set it back by the bed. Optic was still attached to the upper receiver. That never came undone, so I knew my zero was still good. Set it back by the bed, went back and sat down on the couch. Katie finishes doing stories with my son, and they get through with all that. She comes out, I guess, about 10:30 or so, 10:45. Grabs herself a tea. She drinks tea every single night. Grabs herself a tea and sits down on the couch next to me, and I'm watching kickboxing, and she goes, Brian, we need to talk about something. And so I hit pause, and about the time that she started to talk, this was now about 11:20 at night. About the time that she started to talk, and I had one of my dogs out with me, I heard something fall, what sounded like something falling in the shop.
Okay.
Right? Like I wasn't sure if I had something on top of the counter that fell and busted one of the glass cases, or if the dog was in there screwing around, knocked something over and busted something. But the TV was paused, and I hear something that sounded like glass breaking. And I stopped for just a minute. I said, hold on. And I stopped for just a minute. And then I heard the glass getting racked out of the window. Right. So what that was is we were being broken into. There was 4 guys that night. All 4 of them were known gang members, specifically with the Crips gang. And so they were going around breaking into gun shops. We were I think the 12th that they had broken into.
That night?
No, total.
Oh, okay.
So they had been doing this over a series of weeks.
Wow. Still 12. That's a significant number.
All around the Middle Tennessee area. And so this was back 2018. So those that have been in this area for a while will remember the rash of gun break-ins from 2018. I mean, it was all the way from down in Columbia, all the way up to Lafayette, Tennessee, and then out to us, and they hit a bunch of different shops.
Wasn't there one where they drove a car through the window?
Yeah, so they did that in Columbia, and I think they actually hit that place twice, if I remember correctly. But prior to all of this, well, post break-in, when I actually talked to the ATF, because we didn't actually lose any firearms in our break-in.
You talked to the ATF?
Yeah, I know. I know. They have this thing where if guns could potentially go missing, they go berserk. Mm-hmm. Right? Like anybody who's ever had an FFL will tell you, if you ever have a gun show up missing, they're going to treat you like you're the one that stole it.
Wow.
And they do. It's full investigation, and it's through the paperwork and fine-tooth comb until they prove that you didn't steal it. And then you're off the hook, right? But they always come in.
Stressful.
It's extremely stressful.
Especially because of the amount of paperwork they require of FFLs to maintain.
Well, and it's the whole innocent until proven guilty thing, right? Like they just assume that the dealer did something with it until they prove they didn't. And then they move to outside sources looking at, could it have possibly been like swiped at a gun show or any number of things. But when I talked to the ATF, they called me and they said, hey, listen, we don't have a gun in this. We don't have a dog in this fight because you didn't lose any guns. But they said that their suspicions was that this same group had put somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 400 handguns on the streets between all the shops they had broken into. Same MO, right? So they would drive through the front or bust through the front. They would go through with a hammer and pop all of the cases, right? So just pop the glass in the cases, sweep guns into backpacks, only handguns. They never touch long guns.
Interesting.
I think primarily it would just take too long, right? To try to hustle a bunch of long guns out of there. And so they would just sweep everything they could into a backpack. Their average time from in to out in most of the shops they'd broken into was under a minute.
Wow. So they had a very efficient system.
Yep. They were just busting in, and that's why they weren't messing with the long guns. They weren't messing with anything in racks that could get hung up. It was just bust in,
literally
bust cases,
smash and grab,
sweep it in a backpack, and get out. So most of the robberies that they had committed were gone before the alarm system even went off.
Oh, yeah, because of that delay.
Yep.
Yeah. Tip at home, or tip for the folks listening.
Yep.
If you have an alarm system and it has that delay, disable that.
Yep.
Like and it's going to be annoying when you get home and you forget and it's like, super crazy loud alarms going off, but you're going to be thankful if someone, hopefully they don't, but someone breaks in and that they don't have that delay, because most criminals expect that delay. And when they come in and they don't have that delay and it's like alarm instantly hits, they know that has already been sent to the call center, and they don't have that. It's typically like a minute to maybe even 2 minute time frame that they can do what they need to do, which is it's an eternity.
Well, I mean, case in point, right? We've got now 11 other shops that they've taken 300 to 400 handguns out of, and were gone before the alarm went off in any of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
so sorry to derail.
No, you're good, man. You're good. And so, no, that's exactly right. Like the amount of things that'll happen in a minute are not worth the inconvenience of having to listen to your alarm go off every once in a while.
Right.
So that evening, right? So hear this thing that's like, hey, go get your rifle, put it back together. Okay, so I go get it, put it back together, set it back by my bed. 11:30, hear the glass break, then hear the glass get racked out of the window. And as soon as I hear the glass get cleared out of the window, it registers what's happening, right? It's your brain always has this, well, it's the whole OODA loop thing, right? You've got this little delay where you're trying to figure out, okay, what did I hear and what could it possibly be? Then the second sound was confirming, right? So then my brain was like, okay, I registered what was going on. Looked at my wife. I said, grab your cell phone, go to Liam's room, lock the door, let his dog out, because his dog is a shepherd that I have that's fully trained dog. I said, let his dog out and call 911. So she goes in there, shuts the door behind her, locks the door, calls 911, and has absolutely no clue what's about to happen. Right? She just knows I heard a noise. I'm headed towards the front of the building, grabbing my rifle on the way by, and she's headed to call 911.
Now, just real quick, did you guys have this rehearsed ahead of time, or was this just ad hoc in the moment? This is what we're doing. This is what's happening.
Yeah. So while we hadn't rehearsed it, Katie and I are pretty clear on what our roles are in emergencies.
Yeah.
Right? That her primary role is to get our son and get out. And then get help coming. And my role and just my natural response to things is to go sort the problem out, right? To go try to solve the issue. And so while we hadn't actually rehearsed it that night, it certainly went as smooth as if we had rehearsed it 100 times.
Yeah.
Right? Because we were only 10 feet away from my son's door. We almost always keep our cell phones on us no matter where we're at in our home.
Yeah.
So we always have a means of communication. Hers was sitting right next to her on the couch. So when I said, hey, grab your phone, go to Liam's room, call 911 and let the dog out, that was that fast.
Yeah.
And so in seconds, she was already in Liam's room calling 911. I was headed to the front. And so stopped by my bed on the way, grabbed my rifle. And then the way that our home dumped into our shop area is there was two big sliding doors, like two big wooden cedar doors, almost like barn door style.
Okay.
And then it stepped down two small steps into the shop. And from those barn doors, you can see the entire shop with the exception of a couple of areas that are out of sight, like behind counters over on the other side, that sort of stuff. And so I grab my rifle and I keep it with a magazine in it, but without a round in the chamber by the bed. And so I rack it and
What optic did you have on it?
So the optic I had on it was a Vortex Razor. So it was a 1:8.
Okay.
I'm sorry. At the time, I think it was 1:6. I don't think they had the 1:8 and 1:10s yet. It was a 1:6, right? So it was just a variable zoom, low power. And so racked around, came around the corner, came around the door. And as I came around the door to the shop, I used the door as concealment because bullets are going to go right through it. It's not cover. But I used the door as concealment. And when I came out and presented the rifle behind the door, they were already in the shop. So there was 4 of them that night. I only saw 3. So there was 1 in the car that was a driver. There were 3 that were making entry. And when I came around the corner, the scenario that I was presented with was there was one guy standing about 15 feet from me, facing me directly. Right? Had a hoodie on, had a mask on, had a hood up over his head. All I could see of him was his eyes. Right? And then they also had gloves on. Everybody wore gloves, which is one of the reasons they hadn't been caught at any of the prior robberies. Masks and gloves. Then the second and third guys were climbing through the window at that time. So when I came around the corner, as soon as I came around the corner, I put my bead right on the center of the guy standing in the middle of the room because he was the closest and most present threat, dropped the safety, and fired 2 rounds right at him. Hit him twice in the chest with those rounds. He immediately turned, dropped what he had, and sprinted back for the window to jump back out the window. Meanwhile, I turned to engage the other 2 guys that were coming through the window. So one guy is literally stepping through the window into the building, and I turned to shoot at him. And since he heard the first 2 rounds go off, he tripped and fell backwards. So as I went to shoot at him, those rounds missed him, and he fell back out of the window. Then apparently, I couldn't see what was happening because it was outside the building, but apparently he is the one that started shooting back into the building. So once I engaged them, a little bit of a gunfight ensued. And anybody that has been in a gunfight can tell you most of the time you have no idea how much of a gunfight you're in, right? I heard my first round come out of my barrel, didn't hear any of the rest of the rounds come out of my gun. Didn't hear them shooting back at me. I remember seeing the flashes, but I couldn't hear the concussion of their gunshots. But he shot 7 rounds, I believe, back at the building.
Wow.
From outside. And the thing is, so our building was huge, right? So our building was 50 feet wide, 20 feet tall, and 100 feet long.
Okay.
And they were outside with a 50-foot building with their car backed right up against the front. And when he was stumbling, shooting back at the building, of the 7 rounds he shot, only 3 came into the building. Right. So he was just spraying and praying. He was just shooting over his shoulder, and no telling where those other rounds went.
Wow.
Probably went over the building and into the woods. Who knows? But
gosh.
Shot back into the building. After I engaged the first guy, he ran and tripped. And I remember when he tripped, jumping out the window, because he kind of centered himself on the steel support in between the 2 windows, caught his hips on it as he was trying to get back out. And I remember seeing him fall and lay sideways.
This was which guy? I'm sorry.
This was the guy that got shot.
The first guy.
The first guy.
Yep.
Yep. And so I remember seeing him fall and seeing him laying sideways, and I could see the emblem on the back of his sweatshirt. Like, it's funny what your mind picks out in moments like that. And what I remember more than anything was the emblem on the back of his sweatshirt, which was just like it was an Oriental emblem. So it had a dragon and like an Oriental symbol. But that was the big thing that stuck out in my head, is he had this backpack on, like this nylon backpack, I think, that he was going to stuff stuff in, and then this emblem on his sweatshirt. He ended up crawling out of the window. And about the time he got out of the window, I could see, I had blinds over our front door, but I could see the taillights of the vehicle, and I could see the vehicle pull out of the parking lot. Right. So I knew that the vehicle was gone, but at this point, I have no idea whether there is 1 guy in the parking lot, no guys in the parking lot, or 10 guys in the parking lot. I have no clue at this point. The only reason I know how many there were is because in the aftermath and in the prosecution and in that whole process, then I kind of found the whole story.
Yeah.
But that night, I only saw physically 3. Turns out there was 4, but I only physically saw 3. And so I watched the lights pull out of the parking lot. I've still got my rifle up, and I had a buddy of mine staying with me at the time who was a police officer. He was a reserve officer at the time. He had been full-time for years, but was reserve now. He was sleeping in the basement and slept through the whole thing. A rifle going off inside of the building, handguns going off, never even woke up.
Wow.
So I asked him about it later. I'm like, dude, what were you doing? And he was like, I kind of came awake for a minute, and, I heard what sounded like clapping, and I just figured you were upstairs messing around with the dogs. I'm like, at midnight? Like 11:30? You think that's what I'm doing? So I know he's in the basement, and I'm like, okay, like, next steps. No telling how long it's going to take law enforcement to get here. We were in a very rural area, and the county that we were in is a very large county, right? Like, lots of square miles.
Yeah.
All mostly rural, but big county. And on any given night, they've only got 2 deputies covering the whole county. So if they were on the other side of the county, it could easily be 20 minutes before they get to me. And so I knew they had been called because I knew Katie called them. But I was like, we need to go out and clear the parking lot and see if we need to render medical aid to anybody. And so I yell at my buddy in the basement. He comes upstairs, and I'll never forget this as long as I live, right? So he comes walking up the stairs. And he hears me yell at him, and he can hear, right, the probably trembling in my voice, right, from the adrenaline surge. Yeah. And so he comes up the stairs, and he's got his 5'11" pants on, tucked into a pair of cowboy boots, unbuttoned with a wife beater on, right? And he comes strolling up the stairs, and he's like, what happened? And about the time he gets to the top of the stairs, he can smell the gunpowder, right? And he's like, his eyes got huge. He was like, what happened? I'm like, well, we got broken into. I got in a gunfight. I'm pretty sure I shot one of them. We need to go check the parking lot.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. Yeah. Hope you had a good nap. So he immediately goes, crap, I don't have a gun. I'm like, where's your gun? He was like, it's in my car. I'm like, that's in the parking lot. That doesn't help us at all. And so I grabbed him another handgun. I was like, let's go out and clear the parking lot. So we unlock the front door, and he brakes. He goes out, brakes to the left, and I brake to the right. We clear the parking lot, make sure there's nobody else out there. As soon as we move out, we can see the body laying at the end of the parking lot. And so from the front door is probably 15 yards, not very far, right? And at the time, not moving, right? And so he clears the left side of the building. I clear the right side of the building. We come up together, and I said, all right, you ready to make our approach? He's like, yeah. So he starts making call outs to the guy, right? Just saying, hey, we're coming up to you. We're going to provide medical aid. Stay where you are. Don't move. And he said, my name's so-and-so. I am a reserve law enforcement. I'm here to help. And so we start walking up. And as we start walking up and get close to him, we can see that he's still alive, right? Like we can hear him breathing, and he's kind of mumbling, and we can tell that he's still alive. And so my buddy rolls him over. He goes, I need to check you for wounds. So he grabs him, rolls him over. And as soon as he rolls him over, he reaches for a gun in his right front pocket. So he had a pistol.
The guy on the ground reaches for a gun.
Yeah, so he had a pistol in his right front pocket. I could see the grip of it sticking out when he went to reach for it. But at this point, everything for him is slow motion. Right. And so I see him reaching for it and just step on his wrist and call gun. And my buddy grabs a gun and takes it out of his pocket and tosses it in the parking lot behind us. And so as we, pull up his shirt to see what the wounds look like, we know that he's safe and he doesn't have any weapons on him anymore. We pull up his shirt to see what the wounds look like. 2 entry wounds, no exit wounds. So he's already tension pneumothorax, sucking chest wound. Like it's not going to be good. And so about that time, we've got parking lot cleared. We've got him held at gunpoint and disarmed, is when the first officer arrives on scene. Now,
before that, were you guys able to render any aid other than chest seal or anything like that? Or was it too much to...
No, it was more so that EMTs showed up quicker than what we could render aid.
Gotcha.
And so we get up to the body, because when my wife called in the 911 call, which I actually got to hear later, which was pretty neat, right? So when my wife called in the 911 call, she was very clear with them, right? She was super calm. Like, even the detectives told me afterwards, they were like, man, like, I'm not 100% sure your wife's not a serial killer. Like, she was creepy calm. And you can hear on the call gunshots in the background, right? And she's just cool as a cucumber.
Hi, my husband is shooting some burglars right now. If you could send some medical aid and a police officer, that would be nice.
I mean, immediately she's like, hey, this is so-and-so. Here's our address. This is where we live. We own this gun shop. We've been broken into. There's been a gunfight, shots fired, send police and medical. And just like cool as a cucumber, right? Just right down the line.
You're proud.
Oh, yeah. 100%. And so about the time we get everything secured, first officer shows up on the scene. And this poor guy, like, I love him to death. He's a good dude. I've met him several times. He was a week out of academy, right? So this was his first squirrely call, right? Like, this was his first call where there's been shots fired. He has no idea what is going on. He's the only deputy within 15 miles that night. And so he rolls up and you could certainly tell, like, in that process, like, his adrenaline got the best of him, as it does for most, right? He rolls up and parks right in front of the building. I mean, right in front of the building. He didn't set himself off of the building, right in front of the building, and jumps out, runs around to his trunk, pops his trunk, goes to grab his rifle, and is trying to get a magazine inserted into his rifle, and it's just, his nerves are shot. You can tell already his nerves are shot. And so my buddy called out to him, because they actually used to know each other when he was full-time law enforcement. So he called out to him. He's like, hey, man, this is so-and-so, scene secure, everything's good. And the building was right on a 2-lane rural highway with pretty high-speed traffic, right? And so then the officer calmed down a little bit, backed his car up, got out of right directly in front of the crime scene.
Was he on the road?
He was on the road, stopped right in the middle of the road.
Oh my gosh.
Now, he was in a center turn lane.
Okay.
Right. So they have a suicide turn lane there. So he was in a center turn lane, but then he backed back up, got out from in front of the building. And the guy came up to me, walked right up to me, and he pulled a pad out of his pocket and a pen. He's like, okay, what happened? And I'm like, well, hang on. Like, this guy isn't in cuffs yet, right? EMT, I can see the lights for EMTs coming down the road. Let's get the scene secured. And, that's going to be the detective's job anyway.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Because detectives are already on their way.
Oh, yeah, especially for something like that.
Yep, absolutely.
And which county was this?
Smith County.
Smith, okay.
Yep. So just out east of the Lebanon, Mount Juliet area, next county after Wilson. So, yeah, so it was out in Smith County. And so next one that shows up on the scene was actually the city chief.
Okay.
Right. So we weren't in city jurisdiction, We were in county jurisdiction.
Okay.
But the city chief was running radar on the county city line. So he was the closest to us. So when the call went out, it went out to all of the departments in the area. And he was the first one to get there. Drove into the parking lot, parked his vehicle, checked the guy, put him in cuffs. Meanwhile, he starts then getting ready to direct paramedic EMT that's showing up on scene and take control of the scene. And I'm literally still standing there with my rifle, right? And everybody's showing up on scene now. And there's this guy, right? I'm just in a t-shirt and shorts standing there with a rifle. So I asked him, I said, hey, Chief, because I actually knew him from the small town we were in. I was like, what do you want me to do with this? And he was like, oh, yeah, good call. Why don't you unload that and put that in the back of my patrol car? I'm like, okay, done deal. So that's what I did. I unloaded it, put it in the back of the patrol car. And then paramedics got there, did a quick examination, didn't provide any care immediately on site. There was too much damage. And so they immediately put him on a gurney, threw him in, and took him to the hospital. And so, which the hospital from there was only a couple miles down the road.
What was he shot with? Was it chambered in?
300 blackout.
Okay.
Yep. 300 blackout, supersonics. So it was 155 grains. Do
you have a can?
I did. I had a suppressor on it.
Okay.
I had a suppressor on it, but 155s are still far supersonic. Yep.
Wow.
And so, so the God part of that story is very clearly just, I probably wouldn't have given it much of a second thought that my rifle wasn't where it was supposed to be. But we're talking an hour before this goes down, and something in me is like, hey, you need to go get it, put it back together, and put it back where it went. Right. And that wound up being the tool that saved our lives that night. And so there's not many other ways you can chalk that up other than a God thing.
Yeah. That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, pretty wild.
So after it happened, let's talk about right of bang, the legal side. Was there anything, there's a lot of talk these days about citizens, being charged in these types of incidents, civil liability. Can you speak to that at all? Yeah.
So there was definitely attempts. The family of the deceased certainly made attempts to both have me criminally prosecuted, and then when that didn't work, they moved to attempting civil prosecution. But from a self-defense standpoint, and with Tennessee's statutes on that, there wasn't much that could be done because it was very, very clear what happened. Nobody was shot in the back. There wasn't an excessive amount of force used. It was a very, very clear, cut and dried case of self-defense. Not to mention that the intruders were armed and did shoot at us and shoot back into the building. It doesn't get much cleaner than that particular case.
So the DA didn't bring charges or anything?
DA didn't bring charges. For about 6 months, every single day, the family of the deceased called the DA and tried to get him to bring charges. But the DA or the ADA on the case at the time was a former law enforcement officer. And he was like, look, guys, he was like, this, I feel bad that you lost your son. Right. But your son was carrying a stolen firearm in the commission of a felony. And then also had narcotics on his body too. Right. And
so they lost their son way before that happened.
Correct. Oh, absolutely. And the interesting thing about it is during the investigation process with the detectives, one of the things the detective told me was that in speaking with the family, the deceased's mother had been telling these boys for about 2 months that if they kept breaking into gun shops, somebody was going to get killed. And, sucks that the final straw to that was it wound up being her son. But, it's, and I keep thinking, I think about as a father myself, right? I think about this with my kid. And if my kid was making stupid decisions like that, 18 years old or not, I'd lock his happy little rear end in the basement.
Right? Don't let your kids do anything that makes you dislike them.
Nope.
Jordan Peterson, Rule 5.
That's exactly
one
right.
Of my favorite rules.
That's a great one. So, so there was, they threatened civil litigation. The problem is they couldn't get an attorney to take the case, right? So what they were looking for was, an ambulance chaser type attorney that would just, jump on board with them and try to get a lawsuit won. And, but they couldn't get anybody to take the case because it was so clearly going to be a loss.
What year was this?
This was 2018.
Okay. Wow. I mean, You would think during that time that would not have been hard to do, especially given the racial differences.
That's exactly right. And that was a big concern, right? Because
which is crazy that that's even a concern.
There was a whole lot of turmoil in the country around that time.
Right.
And so, we certainly suffered some aftermath from it. More so it was psychological aftermath, because the gang that these young men were involved with were cycling on social media about retaliation. Right. So they were talking.
Oh, that's stressful too.
They were talking about retaliation and coming back and hunting us down. And,
wow.
And so, there was a process of probably year and a half, 2 years after that.
Yeah. Where
you just spend your whole life like ultra prepared, always looking over your shoulder. You worry about your kid going outside to play with the dogs and those sorts of things. And that was really kind of the only carryover stress from it, was just a prolonged period of an elevated sense of having to be in condition orange all the time.
Yeah.
Right. Just being at a higher state of conditional mental preparedness, I guess you could say. And so, the long term of that, which we also know in combat psychology, right? Like that's the long term effects of warfare, right? That's what really costs our soldiers their mental health. Is it's not individual events. It's the prolonged exposure to the stress of those events that's the issue.
Yeah. Staying in those higher situational awareness conditions. Yep. That I can imagine that would be very stressful. And it's also just the not knowing whether or not are they planning right now? Is someone out there planning to do this?
Yep.
Now, the ideal, preparedness, whatever self-defense mindset, you should always be thinking that someone, but you don't literally think that, right?
Correct.
It's different when you have a specific group of individuals who you think are actually planning to come and kill you and your family.
Correct.
And so I'm curious, did you guys consider moving at all during that time?
So we would have loved to, because certainly I think the reduction of stress, specifically for myself and for my wife, moving to a different place where that hadn't happened, where we weren't known, right? Because we were in the public eye because we had a public business.
Right.
Certainly would have reduced stress a lot. We just weren't financially at the time in the position to do it. We needed to continue working on our business and growing our business until we could sell that building and go do something else. And so we lived there. We lived in the same place all the way until 2022.
Wow.
And mid 2022 is when we were finally able to kind of get our business in a position where we could move and go do something else. And what's funny is even then, right, so that's 4 years after the event before we move.
Wow.
And even then, I didn't realize how much of a state of hyper-awareness I kept myself in until we moved. And then once we moved and I was out of what felt like a target, right? Like it felt like we were a target. And once I moved and we were out of that is the first time my brain was able to like take a deep breath.
Yeah.
And be like, okay, like, while yes, they could absolutely find where you are, right? Because nobody's that hard to find.
Sure. Yeah.
You're not a poster.
Right.
Right. You're not sitting out there on the corner.
For a random drive-by or...
Exactly right. Exactly right. And so that was the biggest concern. And, I expressed that concern to the detectives at the time. I was like, hey, I know all this chatter's happening on social media. What do you think about this? And of course they've got to do their best to try to keep me calm and the whole 9 yards. So the detective told me, he was like, listen, he was like, if I was a betting man, I'd bet they don't come back up here. It's a long way from home base for them. Last time they came up here, it didn't go real well. And so he was like, if I was a betting man, I bet they don't come back up here. And of course, my statement to him was, but would you bet it with your family's life? Because that was my bigger concern, right? Like if I die defending my family, I die defending my family. Like I'll go to my grave happy with that. But my family doesn't deserve that, right? Like they don't deserve having to live looking over their shoulder all the time.
Right.
And so that was the hardest part of it, was just the wear and tear on them. Right, to watch my wife worry about my son going to the bathroom by himself because it was on the other side of the building. Right, and so those little bits and pieces were probably the hardest part of the whole thing. From a mental health standpoint, I never really battled with the taking of the life. I never really battled with the event itself. It was more so my brain playing the what if games with me.
That's the worst. And you're trying to go to sleep at night. Man.
And it's just, little things like, at the time I didn't have a firearm staged in my bathroom. And if they had broken in while I was in the bathroom, they would have been between my family and myself. Right. And so it's those things man, it could have been, what if I'd been outside taking care of the dogs when they came in the front? Right. Then what? Then where would I have gotten a weapon? They would have been between me and where my weapon was. And so, it's those what ifs. Those are the games your brain plays with you, especially if you've spent a life kind of training and preparing for things like this. In that moment, even when it goes well, your brain wants to make you believe that it couldn't have gone well.
Criticize yourself every single thing you do.
Exactly right. So that was the most challenging part of it, was just the, hey, but it didn't go that way. Right? It didn't go that way. You get a chance to do it again.
Right.
Right. You get a chance to make sure that there is a weapon staged in your bathroom. Right. And then if you are outside the building handling the dogs, you have a gun on you, or you have a gun in between you and your entry point into the building.
Yeah.
And so, just those things, right, that you would hope you can spend a life not having to think about. Right. But then, stuff happens and you do.
Yeah.
And you do.
And, you talked about, you kind of lead into this, with your preparedness with, training with that gun that day. So people should be able to infer that you are very well trained with your firearms. You train often. And with that, was there anything that happened during that shooting that maybe shifted your paradigm on training? Not necessarily the stuff like, having a gun in the bathroom or things like that, but how the actual shooting went down. Were there any paradigm shifts in you, or did it go not according to plan, but did it go in a way that you're like, yeah, this is what I had been training for, and I'm continuing to trade the same way, or did you shift training in any way?
So I did shift training a little bit, because one of the things that happened in that moment, and I'm sure anybody that has been in gunfight situations like that can probably attest to the same thing, right? It was predominantly muscle memory at that point. As much as I would love to say I had a clear front sight picture, I didn't, right? It was much more instinctive and responsive shooting. And so it was much more just using the repetitive training and the muscle memory to drive the gun to the point in space that it needs to be.
That proprioception.
And so there was little things like that. Other little things like I did have a light on my rifle, which I never activated. Right?
I was going to ask you about the lighting. How was the lighting when it happened?
So it was low light, right? Okay. So the individual room itself was dark. There was no lights in the room. There was a room off to the side, maybe 30 feet out, that had a single light on. And so looking into the room, you couldn't really see, you couldn't have been able to make out someone's face. It was dark enough you couldn't have made out face, but there was enough back shadowing and light from the light in the next room that you can easily see silhouettes and bodies. And but you couldn't really make out anything specific. And so,
but the totality of the circumstances, though, given the broken glass and what they were wearing and their body language, you knew that they did not belong there.
Correct.
It wasn't
100%.
These situations where people say, well, you need to have a light. Which again, you do need to have a light, but you didn't have to use the light in that moment, because you only need to use a light when you need to use a light.
Right. If you need to identify what's happening.
But given what you had, you could identify that.
Correct.
You didn't know exactly who they were, but you know they were not supposed to be there, and what they were doing in that moment was, in fact, burglary.
Correct. Yeah, because totality of circumstances, right? You've got a vehicle. As soon as I rounded the corner, I could see the vehicle backed up to the front door.
Okay.
Right, so I could see the taillights of the vehicle backed up to the front door, and there was a little bit of a standoff because there was about an 8-foot deep deck on the front of our building, and then like 3 steps down to the ground, and they were backed right up to those steps. Right, so totality of circumstances. I can see the lights for the car backed in. I know the glass has been broken, which means we forced entry. There's 2 gigantic signs out front that say the name of the business and that it's a gun shop. Right, so it is not there. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is not unclear what they are there for. Right. And so, and then of course come around the corner and you see faces covered, hoods over the heads, gloves on.
And I'm sure you had already thought about this possibility.
Of course.
Because it had, like we were talking about earlier, it was a rash going on.
Correct.
And then you're like, okay, I could be targeted.
Yep.
We're out here in the middle of nowhere. This would be a prime location. They know the police response time is going to be a long time. They probably don't realize we live here.
That's
and
right.
They think that we live, 25 minutes away. Surprise. Not.
Yep, surprise. Yep. Well, and that's kind of the thing. So the gun that was in the pocket of the deceased that evening that we pulled off of him was actually stolen from a gun shop that was only about 12 miles from me.
Wow.
And it was stolen about 2 weeks prior to that night.
Wow.
And I knew about that break-in. And actually, the gentleman that owns that gun shop is a detective on his local police department.
Wow.
And so I knew about that break-in. I had seen the video from that break-in. I knew what the MO was. And that was only about 2.5 weeks before our break-in. And so there was a little bit of me that was just cognizant that this was going around. Of course, you don't ever really think it's going to be you.
Yeah.
Right? Like you prepare and you hope for the best.
Theoretical. It seems theoretical.
Right. But it does seem way out there.
Right.
Right. Like in our own human brains and our daily normal life in a civilized or mostly civilized society, right? We don't expect those things to happen. And so you almost, and I know a lot of gun guys that almost, they go through times of self-doubt where they're like, okay, am I a little overboard? Right? Like, am I a little crazy to make sure I have a long gun in my truck all the time? Right? Like, am I a little crazy to carry medical with me all the time? Like, you start to question those things sometimes. And especially, right, the natural human side of us that wants life to be easier and wants life to not have to have those consequences, right, is the thing that'll creep up in us and be like, hey, you don't need to take your gun today, right? Like, you're just running up to the grocery store, right? What's going to happen? And so there's that constant battle in gun guys specifically. And so there was a little bit of cognizant awareness that it could happen for sure. But nothing over the top, right?
Yeah.
I wasn't like hunkered down waiting, right? It was just, hey, this is going around. Pay attention.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it's the BJS, the Bureau of Justice Statistics, maybe that's what it stands for. They estimate that every person on an annual basis is like a 1 in 49 chance of being a victim of like a violent crime.
Yeah.
1 in 49.
That's crazy.
Yeah, annually. So like you'd run that across someone's lifetime. I don't know what the actual numbers are across someone's lifetime, but much less than that, or much more likely than that, I would say. So
yeah, because if you just think about just in a general day, how many people do you cross paths with? It's way more than 49 people. Right? So in a given day, if you go to the grocery store, you're in the grocery store with a couple of hundred people, which means 4 or 5 out of that entire group are going to experience a violent crime.
that year.
Yep, that year.
Or already have.
Yep, exactly right. Yeah, so it's definitely a reality. It's just funny how the human brain likes to play with us and tell us that we're going overboard.
Yeah. Well, we do live in comfortable times, and there's this veneer that of society that gives us the impression that you don't have to do those things, and there's also a survivor. It can be like a survivor's bias where like people, the people who are not victimized, it's like, see, I was fine. I went into this bad area and nothing happened. Well,
Right.
absolutely. Yeah. But there were plenty of people that went into that area and something really bad did happen. Just didn't happen to you. And now that person has to deal with the PTSD of whatever happened to them, or maybe they're dead, or maybe a loved one's dead. And so just having the things on you, as inconvenient as it is, which I know you're well aware, it's inconvenient to grab it and have it and deal with the, dressing around the gun and all that type of stuff so it doesn't print, having medical supplies. But at the end of the day, if more and more people did that, then it would work. The math works out where if enough people do it, several of them are going to either protect themselves or someone else.
Correct.
Or be prepared for, a horrible accident where they can help render aid, throw a tourniquet on, something like that.
Yep.
So going back to the light thing, the weapon mounted light, the reason I wanted to touch on that too was, people are going to say, well, you should have used your light, the whole shoulda, coulda, woulda thing. But in that instant, let's say you did use your light. And once again, you use a light when you need a light. Like there's sometimes in tactics, I've noticed that it's easy to go through the motions and like you hit a light when you really don't need it instead of only doing it when you need it. And so in that situation, if you didn't need a light and you were to hit a light, well, now it's, hey guys, I'm over here.
Correct.
Now you had a suppressor, so I'm assuming, I don't know what the muzzle flash was on the gun, but it's reduced from having, typical bird cage or something like that, or a muzzle brake. But if you would have used your light, then the other guy that would have shot, well, now maybe you just gave him a target to shoot at.
Correct.
And so it's situation dependent.
Yeah, no, absolutely it is. And that's, and that's kind of, we had a bunch of people afterwards, in the aftermath, we're like, well, did you issue commands? Did you tell them to stop and get on the ground? And I'm like, well, no, because my family was behind me. Mm-hmm. Like literally my family was 40 feet behind me in a straight line.
Right.
And that was the only place they could be.
And criminals usually can't shoot very good, they probably would have missed you.
Yep.
But there's a chance that they would hit your family.
Exactly right.
And that's the thing that we had someone, I mentioned this several times, I think on another episode, but we know some people that they have friends that their car was being broken into, and they went out there to deal with the people who were breaking into their car. The homeowner didn't have a gun on him. The guy who was breaking into the car had a gun on him, shot towards the homeowner as he was running away, didn't hit the homeowner. But I'm like, dude, what if that bullet would have gone through the house and hit your kid who was in bed, and then all of a sudden the next morning your kid doesn't get up and you realize oh my gosh, my kid got shot last night because I went outside to go protect my car. Mm-hmm. And so understanding that while yes, you may not get shot, your family might get shot or some innocent bystander when those bullets have to go somewhere.
That's correct.
And so that I think that was smart, because not issuing commands, now you're not drawing attention to yourself. You have that element of surprise.
Correct.
Surprise, speed, violence of action. And I think that was the right call. Yeah,
and certainly at the time, there was nothing in me that was like, "Hey, we're going to make an announcement." Mm-hmm. Right? Everything in me was, we're going to take the fight to them, mm-hmm. and we're going to make sure they're not the first one to get off rounds because I don't want my family getting hit.
Right.
And I know, just the normal cognizant side of myself knows that people don't break into gun shops without being armed, mm-hmm. Because it is inherently a high risk break-in. Because we're talking major felony territory, mm-hmm. And federal felony territory, not just local.
You got to cross a few boundaries before you get to that point.
Yep, exactly right. Well, and we know from the
metaphorical, psychological, not obviously physical boundaries, breaking glass. But I'm saying you got to be a certain individual to be like, I'm going to break into a gun store and steal a bunch of guns.
Yeah, and not just that, but a dozen of them.
Yeah,
over the course of months. And turns out that one of the young men that was involved in that night was 15 years old, and he was the ringleader. Wow. And was on probation for shooting a rival drug dealer in the face. Mm. He shot another grown man in the face, did 6 months in juvie, was out on probation.
6 months in juvie.
Yep. Was out on probation when they started breaking into gun shops. And so you're right. There's a lot of boundaries psychologically that have to be crossed really before you get to that point and decide that those are the crimes you want to commit.
Yeah.
And, for sure. And so, yeah, it is, looking back at it, the only tactical error that I saw in myself was not clearing the remainder of the room before opening the door to the basement and hollering at my buddy.
Gotcha.
Right? Because the way that our display cases were set up, when I came out, I was technically kind of behind an opening between two cases. And then the cases made an L around the room. And in that far corner is the window that they broke into, right? So in theory, when the gunfire broke out, somebody could have dropped behind that counter, mm-hmm. and I would not be able to see them from my position, mm-hmm. right? And so, thinking back afterwards, because of course that's the way my brain's going to work. I'm going to break it all down.
Absolutely,
afterwards.
Yeah.
And so thinking back afterwards, I'm like, dang, I could have just gotten killed, right? Mm-hmm. I didn't check that corner. The training in me that mm-hmm. should have said, make sure you secure the rest of the environment before you move on, mm-hmm. didn't do that. Mm-hmm. But that's the effects of adrenaline.
Yeah.
Right? That's the effects of being in that moment.
Oh my gosh, I just shot someone.
Yep. And just still breathing heavy, still hyper alert, still I don't remember getting tunnel vision in the moment. Certainly had auditory exclusion, mm-hmm. right? I remember not being able to hear gunshots go off. Mm-hmm. But I didn't get tunnel vision in the moment that I can remember. but certainly certain elements of my training dropped out, right? Probably things I hadn't drilled enough, right? A lot of time drilling just the mechanics of presenting a gun and firing instinctively and being able to pick up your sight picture quickly, and then stay target focused and shoot into the target, right? But the elements, of course, that I had practiced less were clearing the room post engagement, right? I hadn't done thousands and thousands of repetitions of that like I had actually utilizing the weapon, and so there was little things that dropped out, right? That I realized, right? I didn't activate a light, but didn't really need to. Didn't clear the room before I moved on to the next step. And of course, that's the difference between a highly practiced and trained civilian and somebody that is highly practiced and trained professionally, is those elements are going to get drilled a whole lot more. And so they're not as likely to forget those small pieces of the puzzle.
Well, and they're also going to make mistakes, but it's important to acknowledge those mistakes.
Yep.
And it's very common in the law enforcement and military communities to just ignore those mistakes and just say, well, nothing happened, so let's not do a hot wash. Let's not talk about this, do a debriefing. And that always frustrated me, is just, we need to stop. We just did something that could have been really bad.
Yep.
This could have been on national news, but it didn't, because 99% of the time people comply. They don't do anything. But there were some things that maybe I did or someone else did that we need to address this. We had this one situation where it was a domestic, most of them are domestics, but this guy was barricaded in his house, armed, and we had several units surrounding the house, on the back to make on all the corners to make sure he didn't run out. And at one point we were able to get him out of the house, and he was walking out of the house. Everyone's muzzles begin to orient toward each other. And thankfully nothing happened, because the most dangerous thing about policing is that it's usually not that dangerous. Nothing happens.
Of course,
you're you can be more complacent and get away with it. Or shouldn't be. But afterwards, no debriefing, no hot wash, no talking about, hey, how could we have done this differently? Maybe we could have been set up differently when he came out, pull these officers around to the other side. Perfect opportunity, right? Because that's a rep. That could be treated as a training rep. And but it's not, because we got to go into the next call. We got to do the next thing. We got to go do the report. We had to go do this. But it's good to have the mindset where you're self-critical of yourself, in a healthy way, self-critical of yourself, in a way to acknowledge what you did was wrong, or what things that you could have tweaked and maybe not did wrong, because obviously, it did work out. And I think what you did was the best in that situation. But it shows a level of maturity to be able to look back on it and acknowledge, like, well, I could have done this differently.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah. And that's, I think in general, as a human being, my brain's kind of always been like that. I've been pretty analytical about things. I think that's what makes me great at what I do, especially in training dogs and those sorts of things, is I have a high, I just always go back and after action everything, right? After I do an appointment with a client, I go back and after action. And on the way home, I'm like, man, I don't know that they really understood what I said there. Yeah. Right. And I'm constantly kind of going through that stuff, but that's also, I think that's a personality type, right? A bit, that's just kind of who I am. Yeah. And so, but I wasn't hypercritical about it. I didn't beat myself up about it. Ultimately my family came out of it. My son, oddly enough, he was 4 at the time. He's 10 now. Oddly enough, he slept through the whole thing, completely, never even woke up. Wow. And the detectives were there, taking all of the crime scene information and doing their initial investigation work until about 2:30, 3 o'clock a.m. that night. So I was up with them, hanging out, waiting for them to get done what they needed to get done so that I could give a statement and do all that stuff. And, at the time, I didn't really fully know all of the parameters around giving statements after events like that, right? I didn't know that I didn't need to give a statement that night. I did, right? Because as a human being, I'm like, I have nothing to hide, right? Like I know that this was good, right? I know that this went the best way it could possibly go. And so I did give a statement even that night.
Do you remember what your statement was?
Yeah, it was just basically recounting the event,
Okay.
To the best of my knowledge. I was a little bit off. There was a couple details, right? Like I thought I fired 8 rounds. I fired 11.
Let's talk about that. So,
Yep.
and not just the psychological of why that happens. We know why that happens.
Sure.
But some people seem to think that that is going to be a deal breaker, right? If you
Right.
make some little mistake, which maybe, if it goes to trial, if it's some high profile case like Rittenhouse,
Right.
possibly that could screw you over. But in your experience, can you talk about that at all? And like what happened once you did make that mistake and they realized the dynamics of that?
Yeah. So, they want to know, in the initial questioning process when they're trying to get their notes down for the event, I can't imagine many officers not understanding how the brain works in those scenarios. And so they asked me how many rounds that I fired, right? And this was before they went and collected shell casings and counted everything up, right? But they wanted to know how many rounds I fired.
And how many magazines did I fire?
Right. Yeah, exactly right. And where was backup? And so, it was just kind of one of those things where the recollection was to the best of my ability, right? So I'm trying to think back through, because I didn't hear the gunshot. So I'm trying to think back through seeing the muzzle flash. Because I remember distinctly seeing the muzzle flash even through my low power variable, right? I remember being able to see the muzzle flash. It wasn't huge, but I could see it. And so, I'm thinking back on that going, okay, 1, 2, 3, I think it was probably around 8 rounds. Truth of the matter is I didn't actually know for sure, right? Because in that instance, your focus is not on yourself. Your focus is on the target and on what's in front of you and getting to the solution that you need, which is for the threat to go away, right? Whether that threat goes away because it's incapacitated or that threat goes away because they leave. Either one, right? Your primary focus is, I need that to stop. And so, for me in that instance, it happened so fast and the rounds were fired so quickly that there were no rounds fired when anybody's back was turned, right? So that was 11 rounds that went off while they were still facing me before the startle response could cause them to turn around and run. So if you really, really do the math on that, people that think they are going to chamber around before getting into a gunfight, right? That was 11 rounds that went off in probably less than 2 seconds.
You mean chamber around from like concealed carry when you're present, not like what you said where you had the gun staged, know it's condition 3.
And I've got time. Yeah. And I've got time in that instance, right? Because I'm making my way to the threat. But, normal self-defense scenarios out on the street, carjackings, robbery, whatever the case may be, the time to chamber around's not going to exist.
Well, and when you chamber around, that is a very loud thing that you're doing. And so now you're possibly drawing attention to yourself when you don't need it. And maybe you can draw the gun and you don't need it. Say you're at a convenience store and the person's holding up the clerk and you're like, well, you would be justified, depending on the context, obviously, totality of the circumstances, but you could be justified in shooting the person. But maybe you think, well, I'm not going to shoot the person right now. I'm going to kind of let this play out, but I'm going to have my gun out in case they shift their attention to me.
Right.
You don't want to draw your gun and be like, oh, crap, I got to rack this real quick.
Right.
And then obviously you ride the slide home, so possibly inducing a malfunction, or just be like racking it and be like, oh, I'm here, by the way. It's there's for several reasons I carry around the chamber, folks.
Yeah. Well, and just the speed at which things happen, right? Like that's really kind of
and if you forget, gosh,
my whole point in the thing is, right, we have 11 rounds fired before a person's startle response can make them turn around and run. Right? Like that's how fast it happens.
Yeah.
It happens so insanely fast and people can't really wrap their head around what that looks like. And, funny anecdote to that. Have you heard the story of J.J. Baldwin's shooting that he got involved in? No, you ought to look it up, right?
Okay.
So Baldwin's a professional rally trophy truck driver.
I know another Baldwin that got in a shooting on set.
Oh yeah. Different circumstances. Yeah. But now he's a professional rally driver, and he was dating or engaged to Tori Nanaka, the professional shooter for Glock.
Okay.
I think she actually may shoot for Staccato now, but she did shoot for Glock. And he's a big IPSC and USPSA shooter, like world level caliber guy. And he talks about a shooting that he got involved in where they got held up at gunpoint. He and Tori got held up at gunpoint. And it's you can find the story out there. It's awesome. It's great to listen to. And one of the things I remember him saying when he was talking about it is he goes, my gun was in concealment. These guys already have their gun drawn. And I think to myself, do I try to conceal my draw, or do I just go and know that this will be the fastest thing they've ever experienced? And that's what he did. And
oh my God.
His hit count was off the charts. Didn't miss a single round. He put like 6 in the chest and 2 in the head. And
gosh.
All off of a draw and all off of a subcompact Glock. Like he was running a small frame and had a red dot on it, but he was running a small frame. And now he carries a full-size Staccato 21-round capacity everywhere he goes. And because he basically 10 rounds was his capacity, and he used almost all of it.
Wow.
And but
that's the exception.
That's the exception. Yep. Yeah. That was pretty.
Because drawing that quick in that stressful context and not messing up is much different than waiting for a buzzer.
Much different than waiting for a buzzer. But
that's amazing though. That
skills came through.
Remarkable.
And that's just the only thing you can count that up to is muscle memory. Like it's just how many thousands of times has he done the draw? Mm-hmm. How many thousands of times has he tried to beat the buzzer and been fast to the target? And so, that's where, repetition is so stinking important. I will tell you, after the break-in, I remember the next day I was sitting in my gun shop. I had plywood boarded up the window that they broke out because I didn't know how long it was going to take to get glass in there. So I plywooded up the window, and I was sitting in front of the window in a chair drinking coffee. And I was thinking to myself...
Did you ever gun in your lap?
I did, of course. Of course. But I was thinking to myself, I was like, man, Katie and I had been married, this was 6 years ago, so 14 years at that time. Most of our marriage, right, we lived paycheck to paycheck, and I was the guy that would go buy 1,000 rounds of ammunition instead of paying the electric bill, right? Like I was that guy, right? I would go buy the ammo and go to the range and drill and drill and drill and drill instead of paying the electric bill. And most of our marriage, my wife was like, hey, I need you to stop buying gun stuff. But as I'm sitting there drinking coffee that moment, the epiphany that comes to my head is I'm like, I wonder if she's sad I bought all that ammunition now. Right? Like that's the thing that processes.
Did you ever bring that up to her?
I did. I was like, so do you regret all the time I spent on the range and classes and stuff like that? She was like, no, I don't think so. But, it's just kind of a funny anecdote to it.
Funny.
Right? The things you think back about, right? Mm-hmm. Like how many times did I go buy ammo when I really should have been putting that money towards something else?
Yeah.
And, most people will go their life and that'll never play out for them, right? All the practice and time that they spent may never play out for them. But when it does, you won't regret it. I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
You will not regret it.
Yeah. Yeah, training... especially realistic training, helps to dispel a lot of the theoretical elements that some people seem to have around like self-defense and what's going to happen. And I was talking to Mike Seeklander yesterday about this, like the myths that people have, I have my gun in my truck, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, I'm not saying I do, I'm saying the people who say I have my gun in my truck. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's where it's going to be when you need it.
Right.
And you're probably not going to be in your truck. Mm-hmm. You're going to fight with what you have on you. Or we talked about the round in the chamber thing. And I think it's just not going through the details and the nitty gritty. They say the devil's in the details, and it's so true. The details of like, how are you actually going to do this? Mm-hmm. Not this, oh, I have a gun. I have this lucky rabbit foot. And now I'm good. Or I have my carry permit and I don't even carry my gun on me, and now I'm good.
Right.
So many people do that, and I don't know. You've been around the gun culture a lot. So what would you say would be the best way to get people out of that mindset besides getting in the gunfight in the middle of the night.
Yeah,
People break into their house.
I don't recommend that one.
Yeah.
Like that's not a preferred method. But really it is investing in training, right? Like human nature and is to move to the simplest path, right? So if going to the range by yourself and shooting cardboard targets and not practicing the more difficult elements of handling a firearm is your idea of practice, that's because as a creature of comfort, that's where you feel the safest. Because training is hard. And the part of training that's hard is it's not that it's physically hard. It's the realization that you don't know what you think you know.
Yep.
Right? It's the realization that, dang, I've been shooting 20 years and my trigger control isn't actually that great. Right? I'm getting a lot of sight deviation when I pull the trigger.
It hurts to have parts of yourself burned off.
It does. It does. Well, but that's human nature with everything, man.
Right.
That's with everything. But, do the training, like go to a course, right? And start with one and then go to another one and push yourself outside of your comfort zone. Because the thing is, when you need that gun, it's not going to be within your comfort zone. You're not going to be in your happy place, right? Like you're not going to be ready. You won't have seen it coming. And so getting used to practicing and driving yourself outside of that comfort zone is a big deal. Funny kind of story with this. So my best friend that I grew up with as a kid, he's a police officer in Fort Worth, Texas now. And we've been friends since we were probably, 10 years old. Right. So we've been friends a really, really long time. He and I got into shooting together when we turned 21 years old, got into shooting together. And this was back in the old days where the only training material out there was the original Magpul Dynamics.
Oh,
stuff,
yeah.
Right? Like the OG Magpul Dynamics stuff.
Rifle Dynamics.
Yeah, Rifle Dynamics, Pistol Dynamics. And so, part of what we did, we were 21-year-old kids that, loved shooting guns. And so we'd go buy ammo, and I lived on some rural property. And so we'd go set up targets and, we'd do stupid crap like, waterboard each other and then shoot targets.
Yeah.
And,
Just the normal stuff.
Just the normal stuff, right?
Yeah.
The normal stuff that all 21-year-olds do, where we're like, hey, let's see if we can induce panic and then shoot.
Yeah.
And so, I don't recommend waterboarding your friends. I don't think that most people...
Although, if your friends will let you waterboard them, they're true friends.
100%.
They're really good
they
friends.
trust you for sure. They trust you for sure. And so, but, stupid stuff like that, or we would, put our hands in freezing water for a couple of minutes and then go to shoot. And anything that we could do, push-ups, kettlebell work, running, anything that we could do to try to induce a higher state of physical panic in shooting. And so, I certainly believe that those things probably played a role in being able to kind of control the physiological symptoms of adrenaline, because I've been a fan of and studied like Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman for years, long before he ever really got popular, back when he first originally wrote On Killing and On Combat.
I'm having him on in June.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. I read his books back
he's great. Yeah.
a long time ago, and then went to one of his seminars, and I've got he made a children's book about sheepdogs. And
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got a copy of it signed to my son. So I went to his seminar probably, 10, 11 years ago now, right after my son was born. I drove down to Atlanta and to go hear him talk. And so because of going through his books, I knew the things the human body goes through after an adrenaline dump, right? Like I knew a lot of the things that he talks about that officers don't talk about, right? Like it's very frequent that people urinate themselves or defecate on themselves after that sort of an encounter. And I knew what process my body was going to go through. Like I knew I was going to be hot initially, and then I was going to get freezing cold after the adrenaline started to wear off. Right? Like I knew those physiological components of what that was going to look like. And I really think, like from the psychological standpoint, knowing all of those things ahead of time is probably what saved me from having PTSD about the issue, about the event, because I didn't have questions, right? I didn't wonder if, I was fortunate, right? I didn't have any of those physiological things come up other than auditory exclusion. And so there was no questioning myself afterwards. I think he talks in his books a lot that, one of the difficult things about law enforcement is These guys go through life and death situations, and nobody talks about what their body's going to go through.
Right.
Nobody talks about how your body and your mind are going to process that information post-event, right of bang.
And you couple that with a stigma of getting help and worrying that if you get help, you're going to lose your commission.
Yep.
And they want to say like, oh, well, no, we're trying to make it normal. And it's like, no, you're not. Because you still, if someone comes to, they call EAP or whatever, and they admit something that could risk them losing their commission. And here's the thing, maybe they should lose their commission. I'm not saying that shouldn't happen if it's to a certain extent, but that is a reality, right? Is. And for someone who especially finds their identity in the badge, you're much less likely to have them do that or have them go and get help.
Yep. No, you're exactly right. And, there's a lot of major mental health issues that face our, service professionals, our first responders. And there's a lot of it that can be improved on for sure. But I certainly credit having read through his material and understanding how my brain and body was going to function in those moments to really protecting me a lot psychologically and walking through that.
Interesting.
Because I just think knowing it and knowing ahead of time, knowing I was going to what if myself to death, right? Knowing I was going to be like, dang, like if this had been a 5-minute difference, it could have been different. But the truth of the matter is you can't beat yourself up about those things, right? The hopeful part is that, the timing that it all happens in is the timing that finds you victorious. Yeah. And, but combination of that and a combination of just, me knowing that my particular situation, not only did it come out in, about as good as it could possibly come out. You hate to see anybody lose their life, but like it could have been way worse. It could have been way worse. And, but knowing that it came out about as good as it came out really is kind of, like I do feel fortunate, right? I feel fortunate that the preparedness that I had, the things I had put into place, the mentality that I had all culminated in something that ended about as good as it could have ended. It could have gone so much worse. And, but yeah, I think that I think if there are gun owners and, I think specifically your audience who is big into family protection and home protection and carry concealed and Second Amendment issues and all of those things, if they haven't sought out psychological resources, read through books like Grossman's books that help you understand where your head is going to go. Like what is going to happen to me if I have to do that? Everybody thinks that they're going to be Superman, right? Everybody thinks that that's going to happen and they're going to come out of the other side of this thing and they're just going to be like, well, stupid game, stupid prizes. I won that one, right? But the truth of the matter is your brain's going to mess with you. Your head's going to mess with you a little bit.
I'd say even more so if you think you're going to be Superman.
Correct. I would absolutely say that. Yeah, I think that's 100%.
Because
true.
You are going to very quickly realize that you are not, I mean, maybe you are, but you're probably not going to be the hero that you thought you were going to be.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that you cowered and hid.
Right.
Even if you don't cower and hide in that moment, whether a gunfight or a street fight, a knife fight or whatever, it's not as clean as you think it's going to be. It's going to be gritty, and your response is not going to be as clean as it is, on the range with those cardboard targets.
Correct.
And so understanding that, and I think that's one of the benefits of being in a very stressful situation is it humbles you and makes you understand that, oh, okay, this is how people respond in these situations.
Yeah.
And it's normal.
It is. Yeah. And it's, even down to, experiencing another human being dying at your hands, right? Like that's
not normal.
That's not normal.
Especially in current society.
Yeah. In current society, that's not normal, but to hear or experience someone take their last breath, right? To hear and be a part of that process is not something that most civilians, and honestly, it's not something most law enforcement will ever experience, right? The majority of officers never wind up getting in those situations in their lifetime.
Or even the military. Because it's a lot of times at distance.
Yep.
And so, yeah.
Yeah. And so it is, it's a very different thing, but, I do believe that there is a way to prepare the brain ahead of time. And I think that just comes through education and training. I think as you better yourself and you learn more and you know more about the situation and both the psychology of how combat works and what it does to the human brain. And I think all that stuff just prepares you. I think it just helps you get to a place where you can heal better, process better, and move forward better.
Yeah. Well, so let's talk about what the brain does in that moment. You talked about, sight picture and proprioception, all that stuff. This is something I've been big on for a while. I think we've talked about this before too. I'm a huge proponent of target-focused shooting.
Yeah. And
for everyone listening, that is not point shooting. Now, I think that point shooting, kinesthetic shooting, whatever you want to call it, I think it has its place given the distance and the person's skill level. But even shooting at distance, even shooting 25 yards, 50 yards, I think that target-focused shooting, even with iron sights, is very possible. And I'm advocating doing that with sight alignment and with sight picture, but having your eyes converge on the target. You're looking through your sights, almost like you're using a red dot.
Right.
And they're slightly blurry. I call it like the ghost gun effect, where you can kind of see through it with both eyes open. But it just always surprises me in the training community, particularly with people who their resume would give you the impression that they would know what they're talking about, but then they advocate for staring at the front sight post in that situation.
Right.
How difficult do you think it would have been? Let's say that you did not have a LPVO, low power variable optic, or a red dot, and you just had irons. How difficult do you think it would have been to look at a front sight post?
I don't think you will.
Yeah.
Like, I really don't think you will. Because I remember, even with an LPVO, right, I don't remember seeing a clear reticle picture. Right? I remember centering the LPVO. I remember seeing the target, staying focused on the target, and just like I practice in shooting, driving the reticle into my line of sight and then starting to squeeze the trigger.
Was it illuminated?
It was not.
Okay.
So it was, but I never turned it on.
Okay.
Right. There was enough light that I could barely see it.
Do you think that would have helped? Do you think it was just maybe the lighting that caused it to, I guess, wash
Fade
out with, because I'm assuming wearing dark clothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, I don't know if it would have or not. I mean, I certainly think it would have been more present in my mind if it had been lit. But like, everything in me was threat focused. Everything in me was threat oriented. Right. And, because in my mind in that situation, right, like, if something happens and my gun doesn't go off, I've got 15 feet to close to jab him in the face with the end of the gun. Right. Like, it's all about the threat. It's not about the actual weapon system that I have in my hand at the time.
The threat is dynamic. The threat is constantly changing. That gun that you have in your hand looks the same there as it does when there's no threat.
That's correct. Yep.
So that's a constant, right? So you should be used to that constant. Not everyone listening, you should be used to that constant, because you're going to need to be focused on the dynamic thing that's constantly changing. And not only from a pure physiological response, the having the wherewithal to be able to bring your focal plane back to a thing that's 2 to 3 feet in front of your face, as opposed to the thing that's trying to kill you. Not only is that challenging, but I would argue that it's also unethical in many situations, because now you're focusing on this thing, and if you have both eyes open and you're focusing on this thing that's right in front of your face, if you're watching this video, you can do this with your thumb. The things beyond that thing
are blurry,
and they're doubled because your eyes are converging on this, and so everything behind that's doubled. So now you're focusing on the thing that is constant, right?
Correct.
That you should already know what it looks like and should look like given or for whatever range you're engaging at. And now the thing that's dynamic is blurry and doubled and moving in and out of cover, and doesn't have a good contrast with its background like a brown IDPA target does with the berm. So target-focused shooting is just the superior way of shooting. Now, are there times when bringing your sight, or your focus back to the front sight post can help you with maybe really precise shots or something? Sure. But I would say for the lion's share of engagements, having target focus is superior.
Agreed, wholeheartedly. Well, and I think I think that as actually plays in physiologically to our survival instincts, right? So any predatory species, the way that their eyes interpret information are more predisposed to picking up movement than static, right? So if you are walking through the grocery store looking at your list and somebody walks up next to you and raises their hand really quickly, you're going to orient towards the movement, right? The movement is going to draw your visual acuity. And so exactly what you're talking about, you have a static object here, you have a dynamic object over there, your brain's natural desire is going to be to track the movement of the dynamic object. It's one of the things we run into in canine work a lot is what a lot of people don't understand is that dogs don't actually see well, right? Dogs have really, really muted vision. Their nose is their main form of orienting themselves to the world around them. They track movement really well. Right. So because as a predatory species, their eyes are designed that when the rabbit hops in the weeds, they need to go everything to that rabbit. Right. It's a survival instinct. It's based in their predatory nature. It's based in their prey drive.
If I don't do this, I will not have the calories to survive the rest of the week.
And ultimately we die. Right. And so when we see it a lot when we're doing man trailing work with dogs, right? Their man trailing is predominantly usage of the nose, right? And they're tracking suspects, and you will watch a dog get within 25 feet of a suspect that you can see plain as day, and you can tell the dog doesn't see him yet. They'll be sniffing. Wow. They'll be sniffing and kind of looking around, and they know it's there. They can smell that they're in close proximity. It's what we call proximity alert, right? Their nose will come up off the ground. They'll start air scenting instead of trail scenting. So their nose will come up off the ground. They know they're close, but they can't actually physically see the person yet. Now, if that person moves, the dog will immediately orient towards them. Right. And so oftentimes that's why on those sorts of engagements with canines, the dogs have to be drug in on a long line so that they can orient their nose in the timing to be able to then grab the suspect if the suspect isn't moving. Right. If the suspect moves, done. Dog's got them. Right. The movement will attract them. But they are a predator. And their eyes are designed to pick up movement because that's what increases the highest chance of survivability naturally.
Yeah.
And humans are also predators, right? And so our eyes are, I believe, predisposed to prioritizing movement over static. And so I would venture to guess that's probably why you see that, and why that is kind of the thing, is that dynamic thing is the thing that that can either increase survivability or pose threat. This static thing doesn't. Right? That thing does.
Yeah.
And so the orientation towards movement, I think, is why target focused shooting is really kind of the kicker for self-defense.
And to beat this horse even further, because I sense that this question might be lingering, because some people have posited that, well, I'm looking at the target, but then when I bring my gun up, I'm going to bring my focus back to that front sight post. And even that, I would say, is unrealistic, because you're doing two things in that moment. One, obviously, you're doing several things, but one, you're bringing your focus off of this thing, like the threat that's in front of you, and now you're reconverging your eyes back closer, becoming more cross-eyed, essentially, on the thing that's closer to your body. And also you're adjusting the focus of your eyes to bring that focal plane back, right? Because our focal plane, the depth of field is only so deep. It's actually pretty shallow. Right. And you can't, if you have a crystal clear front sight post, like we said, that target is going to be pretty blurry, depending on lighting, depending on how kind of like with cameras work. But that takes time.
Yeah.
So you see the target, you get a stimulus that tells you I need to shoot the target, which takes time to process and uses about a quarter of a second. So now a quarter of a second has gone by from the time maybe the person's raising the gun up. So the clock is now ticking. Now a quarter of a second's gone by. Now you initiate the process to bring your eye convergence and your focal plane back to the front sight post, which in my estimation, it's usually around like 0.25 to 0.5 seconds. that could be anywhere from 0.5 to 0.75 seconds from the time the person brings the gun up. You're done. You're absolutely done. And then let's say you do finally get let's say you do get a stimulus that prompts you to do that process. Hypothetically, if you're going to do that, you've now brought your focal plane back to the front sight post. Now you can no longer see if that stimulus goes away.
Correct.
You can no longer see if that person wasn't actually bringing the gun up, or maybe the thing they brought up was a wallet and not a gun. And oh, by the way, Dr. Joanne Vickers, she's a doctor of kinesiology out of Canada. She did a study on this where she had officers wear these eye trackers.
Okay.
And they put them in different scenarios.
Yeah.
And she had two groups of officers. She had elite level officer, what they called them elite level officers. They were like essentially SWAT. And then they had basically rookie cops. They put them both in the same scenario. The scenario, they had several. One of the scenarios was this guy was talking to some lady at a desk. Imagine it was like a DMV type situation. And he's being very aggressive. The officer walks into the room and the guy turns around with something in his hand. Sometimes he has a gun and sometimes he has a wallet. And I think sometimes he has nothing. And they have simunition. So they're paint marking rounds. And they found that the inexperienced officers, I can't remember the exact numbers, I'll post them below, but the inexperienced officers were much more likely to bring, surprisingly enough, this part actually surprised me, they were actually bringing their focus back to their front sight post in a force-on-force scenario. So it's a relatively stressful situation that I think I think that they knew that he also could have had a sim gun. So, right, you have some pain there. So they were bringing their focus back to the front sight post. They were much less accurate, and they were much more likely, like by a huge margin, to shoot the non-threat, to shoot the guy who had a wallet. Because I think the distance was maybe like 10 to 15 yards. And the more elite officers, like the guys who are on SWAT, years of experience, probably do competitive shooting, they were more likely to be target focused, looking through. She calls it the quiet eye. That's like it's called quiet eye research. They were looking through their sights at the target, and again, these were iron sights. These were not red dots, anything like that. And they were much more accurate and far less likely to shoot a non-threat, right? Because they're keeping their focus on the threat or potential threat, the suspect, and they're able to process what's going on as opposed to bringing their sights back or their focus back. So. That's one of the only examples. I know the Force Science Institute has done some studies on that type of stuff and what actually happens in those situations with eye tracking and things. But it's just always surprised me how people, especially police trainers, try to emphasize only sight focus. Now, when someone's learning to shoot and they don't have any fundamentals, is it valuable to teach them? Sure. Now, I have actually taught brand new people who never shot before target focus, so that's a different topic.
Right.
But yes, it's I think it's valuable to teach that because you're teaching them what right looks like with regards to sight alignment. And then once they understand what right looks like, then they can start superimposing that on the target, and then eventually they can focus on. Now, most people, as they develop, they actually naturally go to more of a target focus. My suspicion is, I could be wrong, but my suspicion is that people who do that and haven't thought deeply enough about it are actually, like if they get in a stressful situation, they say, yeah, I saw my sights. I remember focusing on my sights. I would imagine that they are, their brain is superimposing past memories in that situation and saying like, oh no, you were looking at, because they know what their sight looks like because they've done it enough times. Now, again, the rookie situation in that study, I was surprised by that they actually did bring their focus back to the front sight post.
Right.
But yeah, it's just.
Well, and then the optical tricks that your brain can play on you, right? Like it's the old adage of you cover your ACOG with duct tape. How do you still see the optic on? How do you still see the reticle on the target?
Yeah, occluded shooting. Yep.
And so, your brain can mess with you in so many ways, especially in a high stress situation and like the way the visual cortex is working. There's tons of stuff there. But no, I think you're right. I think that once you get to a certain experience level, like talking about specifically those SWAT officers, chances are those officers have been in more high stress situations than your normal patrol officers. And so what that would indicate to me is that even if they didn't intentionally know they were doing target focused shooting, there's probably an element of survival instinct that over repetitions of being in those situations causes them to move that way, right? They see the success in it. They see the speed in it. They see those sorts of things. And, you know, the nature of every animal is to try to increase survivability somehow, right? Like we want to get better and get to the place where we can survive greater and greater odds.
Right.
And so I think that's just kind of, you know, evolution isn't the right word for it, but it kind of is an evolution of thought process in those situations.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Well, and also the legal aspect. I wrote an article a while back where I talked about the potential for an attorney who could exploit that. And so say a law enforcement officer gets involved in a shooting, and I'm going to role play this attorney, who's the defense attorney who may be representing the person who got shot by police, ask them, what are you trained to do? Well, most officers, you know, sans the situations where they have red dot optics. Let's say the agency still has iron sights, which mine did. You know, It was 2024 and we still had iron sights. But let's say they still have iron sights. We're trained to focus on the sights, focus on the front sight post in particular. And there's reasons for that. You know, the deviations of sight alignment have much more of an effect on accuracy than deviations in sight picture because of angles and things like that. But so you ask the officer, what were you trained to do? Well, I was trained to look at my front sight post. Okay. What were you doing? Were you looking at my client or were you looking at your front sight post? If they say I was looking at my front sight post, I would go to the jurors and I would say, I'd stand just a few feet from them and I'd hold my thumb out or a pin out and I would say, focus on this pin. And I'd have someone else stand however far away that suspect was from the officer when he shot him, holding something. I would say, while you're focusing on this pin, can you tell me what's in his hand? Could you confidently tell me what's in his hand? And if the officer says, well, I was doing target focus shooting, I was looking at your client, well then, why were you not doing what you were trained to do?
Right.
So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't in that situation. And we're setting our officers up for failure. Now, granted, you know, now we have iron sights, so it's becoming more and more of a moot point. But for the agencies that don't have did I say iron sights?
You did.
Sorry.
Red dots.
Red dots.
Yeah,
for the agencies that don't have red dots and are still using iron sights, I would say that you should examine whether or not that is the most efficient way and understand that there's plenty of research and plenty of instructors out there that are showing that target focus shooting is not only possible, but very accurate at distances with iron sights.
Yep. Well, and, you know, I think just the evolution of red dots on handguns proves, right? Just the fact that everyone is going to that because it's faster and more accurate proves that target focus is the thing.
Yep.
Because that's what red dots do, is they allow you to stay target focused and superimpose your reticle over the target. And so, you know, I think that just the evolution of the professional firearms industry and professional shooters has evolved to where almost nobody at a high level doesn't run red dots anymore.
Yeah.
Right. There's a reason.
Yep. I think it's funny before I even got a red dot, or actually before I was issued an EOTech in the Marines, you know, it was back before we had like irons for a while, and then they did like the ACOGs. But the team I was on, we had EOTechs, and I remember there being guys that had an issue with EOTechs. They said it's blurry, and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's blurry. Well, come to find out, what they were doing is they were trying to focus on the reticle.
Right.
Because they had been trained to focus on the sights, right? They'd focus on the front sight post up at that point. So now they're thinking, oh, I got to focus on the reticle. Well, as far as my, the whole time I've been shooting, I've been doing target focused.
Right.
Because even from like when I was a kid playing with guns in the backyard, I would realize like, oh, if I have both eyes open and I look at this tree or whatever, the gun or whatever is like doubled. And so I kind of understood that. I couldn't articulate it at the time, but that's just what I did. And so then when I had that EOTech and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's crystal clear to me. And so is the target. So it also hurts people. I've noticed whenever they try to transition to red dots is because they're still trying to focus on this thing that's right in front of their face.
Correct.
And they're not freeing themselves to look beyond it.
Yep. No, that's exactly correct.
So let's pivot a little bit and talk about your company.
Cool.
And what you do with dogs.
Yeah.
How did you get into that? And then, like, what do you do now?
So, 2002 is when I started training dogs. Got into it out of necessity. Had some dogs that had some behavioral issues. Called some local trainers at the time. At the time, my wife and I lived in Texas and couldn't really get any solutions, right?
Okay.
Everybody that I talked to was like, well, we can teach them how to sit and stay, but they're never going to get along together. And I just didn't buy it. That's how the whole, because again, my analytical brain, right? Like that's how the whole thing started.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I don't know if that's true. Mm-hmm. And so that started me in my dog training journey back in 2002.
So it was with your own personal dogs?
Yeah, I was with my own personal dogs originally.
Okay.
And then I expanded out from there and just started offering free services to rescues and different organizations and people for their pets and things like that. Did that from 2002 until about 2010, somewhere in that ballpark. It was just kind of a part-time gig. Did it on the side. Found I just really had a knack for it, had a knack for communicating with dogs, and communicating with people, and teaching. And so...
Dog whisperer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, back then, that's funny, right? Back then, that was the only thing anybody knew about dogs.
Yeah.
Was, this Hispanic guy, this Mexican dude, and that's all anybody knew.
Yeah.
And so started there, and then about 2010, I kind of took a break from it. I got a little burnt out training dogs all the time. And kind of took a break from it. Did a bunch of other things professionally. Still would do some dogs on the side. Had my personal dogs and stuff like that. Then 2011, I decided I wanted to get into working dogs. I was like, man, training people's pets is fun, but training dogs that jump through car windows and yank people out seems way funner, right? And so I apprenticed under a law enforcement trainer that was a fairly local guy. And I cleaned kennels for him and walked dogs and trained obedience and started learning kind of the ins and outs of developing canines for law enforcement work. Kind of outgrew that position pretty quick. He was a fairly small kind of local PD trainer. Good guy, good trainer, right? Nothing wrong with what he does.
He was private sector, right?
No, yes. So he was private sector, but he trained for departments, right? So he trained dogs and sold them to departments, basically.
A lot of, as far as I understand, a lot of canine trainers, there's not really someone who works for a department. It's usually they contract them out and have them train, right?
Correct. Well, in the procurement process, yes.
Okay.
Right. So in the selecting of the dog, purchasing of the dog, and the initial handler training process, most of that is done through private companies. Some of your larger city departments have their own programs from the inside out. Okay. Right. And there's even been some that have raised puppies, right, and started them super young and raised them up. No. Okay. No. Most of your Tennessee departments all buy from vendors, is what we call them, right? So your law enforcement canine vendors are trainers who specifically build canines for working purposes. Mm-hmm. And then when departments need a dog, they go to a vendor, right? And they say, hey, we need a dog for XYZ purpose for our department. And then they go through a selection process, right? So they evaluate the dogs that they have, try to pick out the right dog, then match it with their handler. Then the handler has to go through a handler school with that canine.
Okay. What are some of the criteria they use for that selection process?
For the dogs? Mm-hmm. So, that is a widely argued topic in that world. Me personally, the things that I look for in a dog to fit the job. Number one is nerve strength. And nerve strength is kind of just a slang word that's thrown around the dog industry for confidence. Okay. Right? I need the dog to be 100% confident in any situation, in any environment, with any sight, smell, sound, lights, unstable surfaces, because all of those things will degrade the animal's ability to work.
How's that measured?
You look at basically the dog's response to it.
Okay.
Right. So when the dog gets presented with a new stimulus that they haven't experienced it before, we're looking for a couple of things, right? First thing we're looking for is what's the dog's initial response to it. Right. So if I walk a dog into a school building where the floor is slick and it's never been on slick floors before, how does the dog handle that process? Does it just blow right through it? Who cares if the floors are slick? Does it kind of stop for a minute, process, and then move on quickly? My preference in dog type is the type of dog that'll just blow right through it and nothing ever matters. Okay. Right? I want the dogs I really look for kind of the 1% type of dogs. The dogs that there's nothing you can throw at them that will shake them. Because much like human beings, when the crap really hits the fan, right? When they are sent on a suspect in a confined space and the suspect pulls out a knife and starts slicing up the dog, everything is going to come into play in that moment. So the dog's genetic capacities are either going to be there for that job in that moment or they're not. And if they're not, you'll watch the dog fall apart.
What age do you do that test and determine whether or not they can adapt?
So usually by roughly a year old, I can see it. Sometimes you can see it a lot younger, like on dogs that I breed myself and raise. I have a pretty good track record of being able to pick them young. And when I say young, it's like 8 to 12 weeks of age. But sometimes you're wrong. That's not a guarantee, right? Because just in the development of the animal, there can be things that pop up that you couldn't see at 8 to 12 weeks that you will see at a year. But my preference is between 12 and 18 months.
Okay.
If I can get a good prospect at 12 to 18 months, I can test them to determine their genetic capacity at that time. And really, that's all I need to know at that time, right? Because the majority of their job is learned, right? The majority of the job is skills that we teach them.
Okay.
Even the biting, the apprehension, it's all skills, right? It's just like teaching a boxer how to fight. It's all skill-based. However, just like you can't make someone have a heart of a fighter, you also can't make the dog have a heart of a fighter.
Gotcha.
So the genetic component is kind of what we test young. That's what we want to look at and just see what can this dog handle? Like what is his brain going to do when he gets thrown something he's never seen before?
Makes sense. So that makes sense. So you said around the 6 to 8 week mark. Is that what you said?
So 8 to 12 weeks.
8 to 12 weeks.
If they're a puppy that I bred.
Okay.
But the little bit difference there is that I have been able to find kind of a unique balance in my breeding that I've been doing, and I am able to pretty well get high consistency litters.
Okay.
Most litters on average, you're going to have less than 10% that have working qualities to them.
Oh, wow.
Right. So even if you have, championship father, mother, dual purpose police canine father and mother, you're probably only going to get less than 10% of that litter that can actually go do the job. Right. So 90+% of all Malinois, Dutch Shepherds, and German Shepherds can't do the job.
So what do they do with those other 90%? Because, I would assume that they're really high energy, high drive dogs, even though they're not fit for that role. So may not be a good domesticated type dog. And most people aren't getting Malinois for a family pet. So what do they do with them?
Correct. And so that's where things like protection sports come in. Right. So there are lots of sports that people can get involved in with their dogs that do protection work that involve obedience, agility, bite commands, release commands. It's really just an advanced game. Right. But while the dog may be able to do that sport, there is a difference between biting a guy in a bite suit on a nice football field and biting a suspect that's got his thumb knuckle deep in your eyeball, right? Like there's a difference, and it's a different caliber of dog needed. And so that is, so that's where a lot of the washouts go, right? So a lot of the washouts will go into the sport community. I don't personally train personal protection dogs for people, but there are people that do. There are companies that do. They'll pull a lot of those dogs. I personally don't sell any intact animals to the civilian population ever. So intact meaning unfixed, right? So if let's say I have a litter of puppies and we have 3 great working prospects out of 10, right? Those other 7 dogs, I personally hang on to them until they're about 12 to 18 months of age. Then I fix them because fixing them before 12 months of age has some health contraindications. So then I fix them, have them altered.
It's like putting kids on puberty blockers.
Yep, exactly right.
I'm sure it's very similar.
It's very similar. Yeah, a lot of crazy stuff. Like their instances of cancer can skyrocket. Chances of unwarranted aggression go up. Like all kinds of crazy things go up by removing hormones.
Wow.
It's crazy. We're not supposed to mess with that stuff. So then alter the dogs, and then I'll find homes for them, right? So like I've had some dogs go to, there's an organization in the Tennessee area called Second Chance Canine.
Okay.
It's run by a buddy of mine who's a former 5th group handler. And so he takes these dogs and then puts some obedience on them, and then they go as service dogs to veterans only. right? And because it takes a certain personality type of human being to enjoy the company of these types of dogs. Usually that personality type is also the personality type that operates in your higher end tier 1 groups, right? So it's pretty similar. That's kind of the genetic selection is a huge part of it. And I would say that of all the canines working the street in the country right now, I would say at least half of them have no business being in the job, because historically selection practices haven't been great.
Okay.
And so you'll see a lot of dogs that can get the job done to an extent, but if they really get the screws put to them, they're going to break. And that's dangerous, because that officer's life can be depending on that dog. And not just that officer, it can be a whole team that can be depending on that dog in that moment.
Yeah.
And of course, officer ambush is a very real thing. And so the dogs really need to have the gas pedal to be able to get there if they need to get there. And so it is getting better. The canine industry has changed a ton, even just in the last 10 years. I've been in it 12 years, but in the last 10 years that I've been in it, the advancements in vendors really spending time on quality genetic selection, and then spending time on training not only the dogs for when the crap hits the fan, but also putting the handlers as a team through their paces, right? Because inevitably, in law enforcement, the most dangerous job in all of law enforcement is canine. Primary reason is you're usually the first one to hot calls.
Yeah.
Right? You're usually the one that gets called in when things go haywire.
Or the point on a track.
You're the point on a track, which is the first point of ambush coming into something set up for them. Then you also have a whole nother animal you're having to focus on. So your attention is split, right? You can't just be 100% focused on your own officer safety, because you have another animal on a line. Right? And that animal is pulling you off balance and pushing and trying to get through things and wrapping leashes around trees. And so it's a pretty high risk job for those guys. And the dog that they need to have by their side needs to be the dog that will save everyone's life. And so there is a big kind of moral issue in canine vendors in the quality of dogs that they sell, because unfortunately most handlers don't know how to select a dog because they're not actually trainers.
Just end user.
Right, they're end user.
Yeah.
Right? Now, if they have gone through the correct type of a handler school and they've been pushed and they've been put in stressful situations and decision-making situations with their dogs, they can be pretty dang good and intelligent end users. But most of them don't know how the dog got there. Right? They didn't build the pieces. Right? They bought the car already souped up. And so the genetic selection really, really falls on the vendors, because officers oftentimes don't have the experience in canine behavior to correctly select the right dog.
Okay. And
so then you have these vendors who are pushing off these dogs on departments that'll get people killed, and it's a massive point of moral contention in the canine industry. And kind of how I built my reputation and what I do is I'm a much smaller operation. Right, so I only place a handful of dogs every year, and I'm just one of the few. There are a few out there that are really doing good work and really select great dogs, and then stand behind their product and train their officers and really, really push hard to be at the cutting edge of canine work. And you know, kind of my role in it has been, because I've never actually worked the street. I've not been an officer, right? So my job and my role in it has never been training the officer how to do their job, right? My role in it has always been, I'll build the monster, and then I will send that monster to somebody who can train you how to handle it in the correct SOPs for your job.
You're the weapons manufacturer.
Correct. I just build the monster.
Yeah.
Right. That's all I do, is I just make sure that they have a genetic platform that can absolutely do anything they put it through. And I've got some great friends in California. As a matter of fact, the guys that run the Police Canine Radio podcast in California, Greg Tawney and Rich Hartman, good buddies of mine. Almost all of my dogs go out to them. So most of my dogs on the street are in California. And we've kind of gotten to this relationship now, which is a little bit unheard of in the canine vendor industry, where they don't even really ask for videos of my dogs, right? If they call me and they're like, hey, we need a dual purpose dog, experienced handler, what do you got? And I tell them I've got a good one. They're like, cool, send it on the next bus, right? Like it is, they trust me to the point because they know that if I ever send them a dog that's not right, then I will go drive to California and get it myself, bring it back and give them their money back. And so I've just kind of, the way I've built my reputation in as a vendor for law enforcement canines has just been being the guy that will never sell you something that isn't right. It sucks that I'm in an industry that's enough to help you build your name, right? Like just standing behind your product is enough to separate you from a lot of what's out there. And, but that's just a very minor part of what I do. I do police dogs because I love it. I really, really love the genetics and the raising of the puppies and the building of this animal. You know, when I get feedback from officers that have my dogs, and, you know, like I got one of my guys in California messaged me not long ago, and he was like, hey, so-and-so got his first live bite on the street today. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. He goes, yeah, it was a little violent. There was flesh flying, but it was a kidnapping suspect. And I'm like, well, put the screws to him then. Leave the dog on there a little bit longer. Right? You mess with a kid, you get the dog, right? Like that's enough. And so to hear those stories, right? You know, not long ago I got one sent to me, and he sent me pictures of the bite, right? And it was a car chase on a DUI stop that ended that the guy had multiple felonies and was potentially on the run for potential aggravated homicide. And so guy bails out and runs into a neighborhood and wrecks his car. Bails out, runs into a neighborhood. They're on foot behind him. He runs up to a door in this neighborhood and starts pounding on this door. Well, a woman opens the door, just a single older lady that lived in the house by herself, and he was going to take her hostage, right? So she opens the door, and about the time she opens the door, my dog hit him from behind and grabbed him by the back of his thigh, and they yanked him out on a long line.
Oh, wow.
And so that dog prevented a hostage situation from happening, and no telling what would have happened when the guy got in the house, right? But just hearing those stories and getting to see, and that was a dog that, both of those dogs were dogs that I bred and raised from puppies and then went out to training.
Do you think these dogs would recognize you if you went to them?
100% they do.
I'm just imagining those videos where the people go to like the African Sahara, where like there's a lion that they raise, like runs up to him.
They really do, man. It's wild. And you know, it's funny because I've had dogs that I've seen that I've trained and put on the streets, and it's been 5 or 6 years and they still know me.
Wow.
Right. And
that's amazing.
And they still recognize me. And what's funny is that's the number one question I get from pet owners before they drop off their dog for training. Right. They're like, is my dog going to recognize me when I come back and pick them up? And that's what I tell them. I'm like, I've been apart from dogs for 5 years and they still know me.
That is remarkable.
It's pretty cool. They're pretty incredible animals, man. Pretty incredible animals. They're really handling these dogs and being around these dogs every day and understanding kind of what motivates them and what drives them. Very different from what the general public thinks.
Well, I'm glad you said that. It's a good segue to my next question, which was, what are some myths surrounding canine training, all of what you just said, that you know you hear a lot, or that you could dispel?
Yeah. So, man, there's a ton of them. Okay. So, you know, one of the most prominent ones that I think a lot of the general public believes is that the dogs are aggressive. Right? They're not. So when a well-bred, balanced, and trained canine is doing their work, they view the job of apprehension as a game. Right? They view it as basically an advanced game of tug-of-war. Now, through training, we teach them that tug-of-war can also involve people punching you in the face, and you still should keep playing your game, right? But the truth of the matter is, there's not, for most of these dogs that are well-bred and well-designed, that this myth that people, or this idea that people have in their head that there's just this angry animal walking around waiting to nail somebody, just isn't true for a large majority of them. Now, I would say law enforcement 15, 20 years ago, different story. And the primary reason is we didn't understand what we understand about dogs now back then. And so a lot of the training practices in canine work back then were very archaic. And they did utilize bringing out fear and defensiveness and aggression in the dogs in order to get them to bite. And now, of course, there was inherent problems with that always showed up in the work, right? Because an animal that bites out of fear will only do so until the crap hits the fan hard enough that fear wins. Because eventually fear will win. If you're responding in fear, fear will win eventually. And so, but now we understand how these animals work, and we understand how to select for dogs that don't need a fear-based or emotional tie to be able to do the job. And they really do view it like the first dog that I sent out to the guys in California. This would have been 2015, maybe somewhere in there. 2015, okay. I think, somewhere in that ballpark. Dog's name was Yahtzee, canine Yahtzee. And when Rich received him out there, I get a call from Rich, and he's like, "Hey, man." I'm like, "What's up, dude?" He was like, "You sure about this dog?" And I'm like, "Yeah, why?" He was like, "'Cause he's sitting in my lap licking my face." I'm like, "Well, I know. Like, my dogs are social, right? Like, they're safe, they're stable, and social."
Interesting. Yeah, that is counter to my experience working as a police officer.
Correct. Correct. But this is where the industry's going. That's the interesting thing.
Yeah.
So, as you well know, based on the politics in California, liability in California is insane as a police officer. So they cannot have dogs that are liabilities. Mm-hmm. If the dog will go blue on blue, right? If the dog will tag another officer in a stack on a building, right? Or if the dog will bite someone that approaches them unwarranted, that stuff is starting to get washed out of the canine industry.
Oh, you basically just described all the bite dogs that I know of at my former department.
Correct.
Like I had one of them that thankfully didn't bite me, but we were doing some training one day, clearing out these houses that were under construction, just on duty training. Mm-hmm. And my buddy, he was a canine officer. His dog was there, and he bit my rifle.
Yeah.
Which very quickly realized this is not something that is fun to bite. So he stopped. But I was like, I'm glad that wasn't my leg. And this same dog had torn someone's cargo pocket. Thankfully, they had their gloves in their pocket.
Yeah.
Ripped their cargo pocket completely off their utility pants. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, and they would always tell us, like, make sure you don't get anywhere around these dogs. I'm thinking, what? Like, what are you talking about?
You guys just throwing a chainsaw in this building?
Yeah, we had several officers that had been bitten by the dogs.
Yep.
And it always seemed like a very chaotic and unstable thing to have these officers, but they'd call them, that would attack other officers. Yeah. Like, imagine if you had a regular officer, hey, watch out for Joe. Like, he every so often, like, he'll pull out his pepper spray and spray another officer.
He'll just spray you,
or maybe he'll shoot you. It's like, we need to get Joe some better training.
Maybe Joe needs a different job. Yeah, maybe Joe should have a desk job. So, and that's, I think that really points to kind of the evolution of the way that the canine industry is going.
Okay.
So, in the olden days, right? So, and I'm not even talking crazy long ago, 15, 20 years ago, all the dogs were like that, right? They called them street sweepers. And if it was on the end of the leash, stay out of the radius of the end of the leash.
That's what they told us.
Yeah. And so, but the problems that were caused for that, there was tactical issues caused by that, right? How do you effectively search and clear a building with a whole team, right? Because the thing is, dogs don't clear rooms, dogs search rooms. Mm-hmm. Humans clear rooms, right? And so even after the dog searches, the human has to clear, right? It's not clear yet. And so, but how do you have all these crossing of paths and the dogs and the officers and multiple moving bodies in tight confines, and then have a dog that is a liability?
And possible non-threats, civilians in a building.
But what has happened is the training qualifications for trainers in what they understand about the dogs has gone up, right? Okay. So my guys in California, right? So the level of training they put on these dogs, they are able to completely remotely control a building search with the dog without audible communication. Okay, so they're using remote collars that have tones, vibration, and electric stim on the collar. They can have a dog make entry on a building, search the first 2 rooms on a hallway. Dog comes out of those rooms, doesn't hit odor, doesn't find suspect, comes out of those rooms, moves to the end of the hall, and then they can hit a tone on the dog's collar, and the dog will down and hold position at the end of the hall.
Wow.
Then the officers come in behind them, they clear those rooms, they move up to the dog's position, they send the dog to the next search spot. right? The amount of clarity that the dog has to have in their job and in their understanding of training is very, very high. Historically, handlers and canine trainers haven't had a super high level of training. So the things that they could teach dogs to do were fairly rudimentary. Now we have guys who are really kind of cutting the edge on these police canine dogs, and are involving and pulling in things that our SF teams use, right? So in special operations, both in law enforcement now, but originally started in the military, is laser designation searching, right? So they can actually teach a dog with a laser pointer where to search.
Our dog chased a laser pointer.
Yeah, yeah. Different kind of chase. Different kind of chase. But that is, that's just where things are evolving to. And we're getting to a place where these dogs are understanding the dynamics of searching and clearing a building off of non-verbal communication that's completely remote based. So the dog truly knows their job.
Wow.
Right. They're able to have the dog do a silent indication, view the silent indication on camera. So dog goes in to search a building, finds a suspect holed up in a closet. Instead of barking and letting the suspect know, hey, we all know where you are, the dog will give a silent indication and down when they find the suspect. Based on the camera that is mounted on the dog, the team can now see exactly where the suspect is barricaded at.
Wow.
Then they can recall the dog through a tone. Dog will return to the officer, right? And so this suspect now has no idea when the team's coming.
That is remarkable.
So
that is far beyond the capabilities that I realized were there.
Well, and I think honestly, that's where you get into your major departments, right? I think your bigger departments around the country with big budgets are the ones that are getting further into the weeds on like cutting edge training methods. And so, because, they have to hire instructors to come in to do that. Right, because their canine handler that's been running the canine program at that department for 20 years, that's not probably going to be in his wheelhouse. He's been a handler on the street, right? So learning these new understandings of how these dogs can operate and understand life, and it's little things like everything in the police world used to always be, what we refer to it in dog training as crank and yank, right? Dog makes a mistake, they get a big old punishment. There's very little reward structure in the dogs. Well, as training has evolved, as dog training has evolved, and a lot of the sport dog world, performance dog world, and pet training world has been able to influence what's going on in law enforcement, we're able to see dogs get a lot better training picture, right? We've got officers using clickers and food to train dogs, right? Because they're actually starting to understand how the dog's brain works, right? With these animals, predominantly, if they're selected correctly, getting the dog to bite is not impressive, right? That's like showing me a picture of a bird flying and being like, dude, look at this. I'm like, yeah, it's a bird. It's flying, right? Getting these dogs to bite that are proper genetic specimens is not hard, right? Teaching them to do it right takes some skill and some ability, but they want to bite, right? That's what they're born wanting to do. The tricky part is getting them under control, right? You take an animal,
stop biting.
You take an animal, with all this drive, and get them to make decisions, right? And a lot of the ability to make decisions in drive is genetic, right? There is dogs that are clearer headed when they're in drive, and dogs that aren't clear headed in drive. But my experience has been most of the dogs that lack clarity, it's a handling and training issue, not a dog issue. And so oftentimes if they get with a talented trainer, that trainer can help them clean the dog up. But most of the time they're going to have to search outside of their normal training group, because whatever has become norm in the training group, it just becomes an echo chamber, right? This is what we all do, right? We all have dogs that are chaotic and chainsaws on the end of a leash. Okay, well, all these guys in California can heal their dogs through a classroom full of school children, and the dog never looks at anything but the handler's eyeballs, right? And the dog is perfectly healing through a crowded environment and not even thinking about biting anyone. So that's what's possible.
Yeah.
Like that can be done. But that's where the evolution of the canine training industry is going, is you've got guys that are really just doing a good job putting out better products and teaching better.
So talking about old school versus new school and the techniques used in both. So some of the, I don't know if these are just like urban legends or what that, you hear from people. I've heard of stories, particularly when I was in the Marines, this one guy who was a canine trainer, and he would say they would beat the crap out of their dogs. They would even, and this is weird, but I guess it was to establish dominance. They would pee on their dogs.
Yep.
I'm assuming that's old school.
Very.
Okay. Yeah. Can you talk about that and like what some of those things that they used to do, and maybe even some that would shock the people listening, and then kind of how what we do now. I mean, you spoke to a little bit about positive reinforcement and things like that, but how does that actually look on the day-to-day training?
Yeah, so it's just about creating balance in the dog, right? That's all it is. So, yes, there used to be a lot of what was called dominance theory in dog training, right? And then when you got into the elements of law enforcement units and their dogs, you tended to find that be a little bit more harsh. And I'm not sure how much of it was the personality types of the guys that do that job versus the types of dogs they were selecting versus the training the dog had on them before they came to them. But the truth of the matter is, so when I first started importing police canines out of the Netherlands, which the majority of the top dogs in the country, both military work and law enforcement work, are coming out of the Netherlands now. That's our biggest producer of quality working dogs currently. And I had a mentor over there, and he said, Brian, if you want to be successful training the strongest dogs in the world, your only goal is to make them think it was their idea. Because much like the strongest human beings in the world, right? If you tell them, by God, you're going to do this because I told you to, you're going to get pushback. Unfortunately, that was the old canine training methodology, was you have these dogs who were like, we're asking these dogs, hey, you see that building over there with that pane glass window and that guy on the other side? I need you to jump in there and bite that dog. That's not a good idea. That's not a safe idea for that
Going
dog.
back to survival.
Right. And so they have to be willing to do it.
Yeah.
Right. And so the old methodology was we'd have these dogs that had all this drive and all this desire, and they wanted to do that job. And because we didn't know enough, or we didn't educate ourselves enough as to how animals actually learn, we would think that the only option was to try to come over the top and be more powerful and more dominant and more forceful with them. The problem is that only works on some dogs. And then other dogs will put you in the hospital over it. And those are the dogs that I like, right? I like the dogs that you're not going to manhandle, that you have to figure out how to work with. The good thing about these animals is they are predictable if they are trained correctly. They're extremely predictable. All they want is their toy or their food or the game. That's all they care about. So all we have to do is literally show them the parameters they need to be able to get that, right? So perfect example, old school way of doing things versus a little bit more understanding way of doing things. I have a personal dog, a shepherd, who is a monster in the bite work. He loves doing apprehension work. He's an absolute savage. And he's the kind of dog that he bites hard enough, he'll break bone. Like, that's how much pressure this dog creates. Wow. And so, great dog. He's about 6 years old now. I've had him since I actually bred him. I've had him since he was a pup. Okay. Stellar dog, super social and stable. I could let him come in here and play with your kids, and then also tell him to wreck somebody's world, and he will. Wow. Like, just that level of balance. Great, great dog.
That's amazing.
And love him to death. But he does love the bite work, right? So when I was trying to teach him, and this is, if I have dog trainers that are listening to this, modern dog trainers that are listening to this, they're going to be like, oh yeah, we know all that. Because all this stuff now is common knowledge. But you still have a lot of departments who are stuck in the old way and haven't come over to the bright side, for lack of a better term, right? And so I started really wanting to work with him on what we refer to as secondary obedience, right? So secondary obedience is the ability for the dog to still listen if the target's there to be bitten, right? Because most of the time, once these dogs see the suspect, they are no longer listening to their handler, right? It's 100% target focus, it's 100% task focus, and the handler is just the thing keeping it from happening. So Zeus was very much that way, right? We'd have a guy in a bite suit come out, and he would lose his ever-loving mind, barking and spitting and snarling and snapping and doing the whole thing. Zeus is also the kind of dog that if I were to put a prong collar on him or put an e-collar on him and just rail him for doing that, I mean, get in his butt about it, he'll turn around and nail me, right? He's like, that's not how we communicate, right? He is a very, very stable dog, but he's also a very strong-minded dog, and he's very dominant naturally, which, if you have a dog fighting a 4-time convicted felon, that's what you want, right? You want that dog that believes they can't be beaten, right? And so with him, how we went about the process was easy. I had a buddy of mine in a bite suit sit in a chair about 30 feet away, and I stood there with his leash on, and I just held him and let him act like an idiot, right? And he did. He acted like an idiot for 45 minutes.
The dog? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Barking and screaming, and I didn't give him any commands. I just let him act like an idiot, right? And then at some point...
for 45
minutes. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
It's a lot of driving, these dogs, right? They got a lot to go.
That is amazing.
And he's, spinning and hitting the end of the leash and trying to get away. And I'm just standing there holding him, right? I've just got him anchored. I've got my leash around my back. I'm sitting on the leash and just got him anchored. I'm just waiting, right? And so 45 minutes, at some point, he just stops. And he looks up at me, and I give him the bite command. And from there, we didn't have problems barking at decoys anymore. Because in that one go, he learned that if I shut up and look at Dad, I can do what I want to do. Right? Now, the other option would have been to correct and fight and yank on him and try to make him stop and put him in a down and pop his leash. The problem is he's not going to care about that. Or if you get heavy enough with him, he's going to tell you to stop being unfair. All I did was set up the parameters where he learned to get the thing that you want. You need to be looking at me first. With no words. It was just let him wear himself out. Let him, because dogs only do what works. That's it. And so the barking stopped working. It didn't work. It didn't get him to play the game.
Just like kids.
It's the exact same thing. It is the exact same thing, right? And so I just waited, right? And then the next time, it only took him 10 minutes. And the next time, it took him a minute. And the next time, it took him 30 seconds. And now we can walk around decoys, and he just stares at me the whole time. He just doesn't care. Because he knows that the only path to playing the game he wants to play is through me. And so it's those little things, right? Like, it takes a bit of setting aside your ego, right? Because a lot of, especially working dog handlers, want to be able to prove that they can control their animal.
The alpha.
Right. And the truth of the matter is, dogs actually don't read behavior like that from humans. They don't view humans the same way they view other dogs. So the idea of being the alpha or dominant one over your own dog and them viewing you the same as they view another dog, that's been scientifically disproven for probably over a decade now.
Like, we're not the same species.
We're not. And they know it. And they know it. Like, we're talking about animals, right, that can literally smell a tiny amount of cocaine in somebody's pocket walking through an airport, and we think we can trick them into believing that we are the alphas? Come on. That's not how that works, right? These dogs are way too smart for that stuff. And so it's just little things like that, right? Like, why do more officers not sit there and let their dog do that for 45 minutes? Because it's boring. It's not fun.
Because they got that training to do and that
Correct.
report to write and then this to do and then that to do, and they don't want to invest the time.
Correct.
They want to do what is expedient over what is meaningful.
Exactly right. And ultimately what winds up happening and where the industry is going is, correcting those problems on a dog you've already created them on is more challenging than building it right from the beginning.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah, because
Yep.
Old dog, new tricks.
Old dog, new tricks. Well, and the tactical advantages of it, right? Like, there's a lot of issues with dogs screaming at building entry. Right? Like, the dog should not be making noise when you're making announcements before you go into your building. Right?
And it's just extra chaos.
It's extra chaos.
Because then even the person who is inside
Yep.
could say, I couldn't hear you. All I heard was a freaking dog barking outside.
That's exactly right. And so really, and it's been really a hot point kind of in the working canine community, probably the last 6 months, I've been seeing it come up a lot. And it's a concept called capping. And literally all capping means is teaching the dog to self-cap its drive. Right? Because in that moment, when you're lined up on that door and that dog knows what happens, right? That dog's like, this is awesome. We go in here, we sniff things, we bite things. This is what I love to do. Right? In that moment that is getting ready to happen, that dog is all like, it's all tingly, right? The dog's like, I can't wait to do this. So their excitement and their stimulation is through the roof. Unfortunately, with most of these dogs, a human cannot cap that stimulation effectively without going overboard in terms of inhumane measures, right? But
body slamming them.
correct.
Yeah.
Correct. But if we can teach the dog to want to cap,
True discipline,
self impulse control, right? Because that is the thing about the dogs we select for this job, super high impulsive animals. So teaching the dog to control their own impulses is a big part of the game. But that is a training issue. And unfortunately, because of the nature of the job and the speed at which they need to get these dogs on the street, a lot of that stuff gets bypassed. But that's where we're starting to see the canine industry shift a bit, is we're starting to see more talented trainers who have more experience with dogs take the time to build the foundation right, and then take the time to actually train the handler team right. Because, I've heard of people doing 2 and 3 week handler schools for canines. That is ludicrous.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like long enough.
No, we should be talking 4 to 6 months with a dog.
Yeah.
To learn how to appropriately deploy that dog.
Like an associate's degree level of training.
Well, I mean, it's such a huge risk.
Yeah.
Handling the dog on the street is such a huge risk, right? Because your attention is divided. So as an officer, your attention is absolutely divided. There's no way around that. You can train to the best you can to try to keep that from being the case, but you can't help it, right? And then, obviously, most of these officers build really close relationships with their dogs. So there's a big emotional cue there too. And so really the training process for those guys needs to be longer, and it needs to be a little bit more involved. And we need to, through the training process, put that officer and that canine into really tough decision-making situations. Because that is, it's just like talking about firearms training. If you've never shot a gun under adrenaline, right, then when adrenaline hits, skills are going to fall apart. You need to try to recreate that in training. For most police canines, historically, we've seen a very high percentage of police canines, like 80% plus, don't bite on their first deployment. Right? So suspect is holed up behind a trash can, dog gets deployed, and the dog doesn't bite. And the reason that happens is usually a training error. Right? And that's because what's going on that day looks absolutely nothing like all the training that the dog did.
Yeah.
Right? They always see the guy down the field waving the sleeve. And the dog's like, ooh, I know what game we're playing. But when the dude's naked, high as crap on meth, and he's been running for the last 2.5 miles for his life, he doesn't smell anything like the guy in the sleeve. Right? It's not even remotely the same.
It's the shooting at a cardboard target versus a real person.
That's exactly it. And then you add into that, nighttime deployments, strobe lights on the vehicle, sirens, multiple officers. If, most of the time when a canine gets deployed, the handler is amped the crap up. Right? Their adrenaline is flowing by the time they release their dog, right? And so usually the commands that they issue in that time, right, they'll give the bite command, but it's like screaming and repetitive, right? Like, still, like they're panicked in that moment. The dog has never heard the command in that way before. Because they don't train like that.
That's a good point too. Yeah, the stress in their voice.
Yep.
And how much that would change, and that dog is going to be very perceptive to that.
Very, and it changes everything. And you'll watch. I've seen lots of videos of failed.
What's wrong, Daddy?
And that's what the dog will turn around and look at the handler like, "What are you wanting me to do?" Because the communication is not like they practiced.
And that's sad because it's not the dog's fault.
It's not.
And they're put in a position that they were not prepared for.
Yep.
And so,
and
honestly,
and
then when they mess up, it's like, they shouldn't have done that. Well, it's like, the department should have gotten better training.
Exactly right. And that is the hard part, right? Because canine training takes the officer off the road for a while, right? If they do a real full school and they're doing 4 to 6 months, that guy's not working the streets for 4 to 6 months. He's training 8 hours a day, every day with his dog. But that team will be far more effective on the road, right? So because they will learn so much better how to recognize odor indications, how to recognize proximity alerts during man trailing. And so their effectiveness in the job skyrockets when they get to spend more time training and coaching under trainers who understand that stuff, right? So then you have a trainer go out there and he's not having to whack his dog at the door to get his dog to stop barking. The dog understands we're silent before building entries. right? And you're able to build those things in and really pair that team together well. That's obviously, anything in training wise in law enforcement, what we always run into is time and budget constraints.
Yep.
Right. Like that's always the thing.
It's even with training the humans.
100%. Right. It's with firearms training. It's with medical training. It's with everything.
Yep.
Right. Why doesn't every officer get 10,000 rounds a year in courses with experienced instructors? Right. Because the department won't pay for it.
We got to do our DEI training.
Yep. That's right. That's exactly right.
It's more important.
Yeah, that's way more important.
Yeah.
So, canine industry is evolving a lot. There are some really great groups around the country putting out some absolutely stellar animals and really taking the time to train handlers well. But that is still a little bit of the exception, not the rule. But it is moving. It's moving to where I think in the near future, I'd say probably in the next 10 years, we probably won't be able to, we won't see shady vendors getting away with things anymore. And
what are some of the things they get away with?
It's primarily selling subpar dogs.
Okay. Because I was going to ask about that, and I'm assuming, we have time constraints, we have budget constraints. And so with budget constraints, it's like we have this, grade A vendor that's going to sell us this amazing platinum dog that's going to cost, I don't know, 20 grand.
Right.
And then we have this other vendor that's like, they like met the bare minimum for what the state requires or whatever. But they're selling for $10,000. We can get 2 of their dogs for the price of one of theirs. Let's just go ahead and get that. Is there some of that goes on, or is it something else?
There is some of that, but because most dogs are bought with taxpayer money, right? Because they're bought out of the budget, the department's budget. So most of the time, departments require that to go to vote, whether it be through the city council or the county commission or whatever the case may be, which means they have to have multiple bids, just like any other vendor in law enforcement, right? If you're going to get new soft armor, right, you're going to have to get multiple bids from different vendors. Yep. Same concept. And so there's a little bit of the money game, right? There's a little bit of who's less expensive, who's more expensive. But really for me, the moral obligation comes down to the vendor, because if that vendor is even remotely educated about dogs, they know the problem with the dog they're selling. The problem is that they're still selling it. Right? There was a video that came out a few years ago of a couple of trainers that I'm buddies with, and they were doing some, they were doing private canine training. So there's a lot of these companies around the country that are developing now that have great trainers and great programs. And it's a private, basically either former law enforcement or civilian owned company. And they'll put on high risk deployment clinics for canine handlers. Most of the time, these canine handlers have to pay for their own training. They have to pay for their travel to go to these courses. They go to this course to get better at work with their dog. And then they'll get to this course and it'll be something simple like a fend off. Right, which a fend off is suspect barricaded in a room, send the dog in, suspect has a trash can in their hands, and they start smashing the dog in the head and keeping the dog off of them, right? They'll do something simple like a fend off. The dog will walk in, get hit once by the trash can, tuck its tail, and go back to its handler and stop trying to engage the guy, right? And so the industry is progressing a bit where the professionals are starting to call those people out, right? So when that video came out, the professionals in that video called that vendor out that sold that dog and was like, hey, this dog is junk and is going to get somebody killed. You need to replace this dog.
Wow.
And so there's a bit of accountability starting to happen, which is a great thing. Because, unfortunately, like I had a buddy of mine that was on a department out east of here, a very small town. And the dog that he inherited when he came in as a handler was a shepherd. And the training that was done on that shepherd originally was so old school that all of its apprehension work was done in what is referred to as defense drive. Dogs bite for 2 reasons. They bite out of prey drive or defense drive. Defense drive is the fear of personal damage, right? So it's self-protection. Prey drive is the desire to chase, catch, and kill, right? So prey drive is based in confidence and ownership, and defense drive is based in fear predominantly. Okay. So this dog was trained all in fear, right? All in defense drive. And it's because the dog shouldn't have been working the street. So in order to get that out of the dog and get some aggression out of the dog, they had to really put the screws to the dog to get it to respond. And I won't name who trained the dog, but they gave it to the department. And whenever he would do, the dog was actually a pretty good tracker. And whenever he would do suspect tracks with the dog, if the suspect wouldn't move, the dog wouldn't engage him. right? And so the suspect barricaded up under a bush or behind a log and just sitting there frozen, not moving in an ambush point, the dog wouldn't engage because the suspect didn't pose a threat to the dog.
So it's like a T-Rex.
Yeah.
Just don't move.
Don't move. Yeah. That dog, 100%. You sit still, you're not getting bitten. But that's junk because that dog could walk right over a suspect in a track.
And the officer right behind him and then get ambushed.
Game over. That's right. And so it is, but all that stuff is changing. Where we're going to see it the last is in the smaller departments, because the smaller departments have usually significantly lower budgets. Usually canine program is an afterthought for them, and the handler that they choose is just whoever wants to be the canine handler. So there's not really a great selection process for handlers. Really, your canine handlers need to be your go-getters, right? Your canine handlers need to be your guys that are out there policing, right? The ones that are making all the traffic stops, that are talking with the citizens, the ones that are getting all of the drug arrests. And because that is where the canine becomes most valuable on the department, is when it is worked, right? If you have a lazy officer who doesn't want to go out and work hard, you do not want that guy with the dog,
Right.
Because it's a big asset for the department, right? I know of a small department here locally that the dog in a single 12-month period, the dog's cash seizures from drug searches and stops that it collected for the department was somewhere in the neighborhood of $70,000 in cash annually. Well, they probably only paid 10 grand for that dog, right? So 10, 15 grand. So that dog paid itself off multiple fold in first year on the road. And that doesn't mention the revenue from citations. That doesn't mention the revenue from any other number of areas that the dog generates. So for a department, the asset that a dog possesses is humongous. So it is worth really investing in a quality dog and a quality training program. Because then the efficacy of that dog and that team skyrocket. And so...
well, then you also have, I would assume, less liability.
Less liability, yep.
Because if you have one that's not as wild and chaotic as some of the dogs traditionally are, then you don't have to worry about officers getting bit, innocent citizens being bit, kids being bit. We had a situation where one of the dogs got out of its pen in a neighborhood, and it was like, everyone get over here right now and find this dog. Because it's just some residential neighborhood, and they were afraid some kid was going to be out and get attacked. And everything I'm hearing from you, it sounds like this new program of training, you would not have to worry. Now, you would want to get the dog back, but you wouldn't have to worry about the dog randomly going over and biting some kid playing in the front yard.
No. I mean, to an extent, you still have to be conscientious of that because we're dealing with animals that have an elevated level of prey drive. And when kids get spooked, what do they act like?
Prey.
Yeah, they scream and run, and that's also what prey does. And so, you can never 100% foolproof that type of a drive in a dog, but the risk is far less when you have a dog that is shown how to self-cap drive, understands their apprehension job in fairly particular contexts. So dogs are insanely intelligent at picking up contextual cues, right? So the reason that a lot of dogs don't bite on their first deployment is because the context is different. It doesn't look anything like
He's not wearing
it
this
did.
big suit.
Nope.
He's not,
Exactly right? And he smells like he's pissed on himself because he probably has, right? And so dogs are extremely contextual in how they understand things. And so it's important for us to make sure that we outline context for them. So for instance, dogs will even take equipment cues, right? So, and you can ask anybody that's handled a canine for a long time, they'll tell you this. When they put the harness on the dog thinks they're tracking.
I've heard of that, yeah.
As soon as they get the harness on, if they clip to the flat collar, the dog thinks they're going to bite, right? If they grab the tug and throw the tug under the arm, the dog thinks we're looking for dope, right? And so the dog picks up on equipment and movement cues as to what the job is next. Unfortunately, what winds up happening is a lot of handlers and trainers don't really pay attention to those cues, and so they start unknowingly building the wrong cues.
So it's like a training scar.
Yep, exactly. And so, and the truth is, some of these dogs can be brought back, right? So some of these dogs that have been trained incorrectly or trained using older methods can come back around. Some dogs can't. A lot of it depends on how deep those training scars run and what was done to them. But like I know there's my guys out in California regularly deal with vendors out there that teach a dog to down by smashing them in the back of the head with a water hose, right? They'll take a cut water hose and they'll take these strong working dogs that don't want to lay down, because dominant dogs prefer not to lay down because it's a position of weakness, right? And so they'll tell the dog to down and crack the dog in the back of the skull with a water hose to get the dog to down. Well, it's no wonder why that dog starts becoming a target seeker, right? That dog starts becoming a heat-seeking missile because he doesn't even trust his handler. Nobody is to be trusted, right? If you can't teach me to down without smacking me in the back of the head, you're probably not a very good trainer.
Yeah.
And so, I've had dogs that have imported from overseas with scars like that, training scars like that. Like I had a dog that if you told him to down, all the hair on his back would stand up and he'd cut his eyes up at you like, "You gonna make me?"
Wow.
And it was because that's how he was trained over there. And so literally all I did, and this isn't revolutionary. Like most of your good modern trainers know this stuff, right? Like literally all I did is I took the dog and I put him up on a table, right? And I took a leash and I had him lay down and I paired it to a different word, right? Because his connection, his experience was with that word, right? The Dutch word for down is off. It's AUF, right? And so whenever somebody would say off, right, the dog would be like, "Here we go, we're about to fight." Because that was his experience. His experience was, we are about to fight.
Yeah.
And so then if you went to go make him, he would smoke you, right? And so literally I took the dog, put him in a controlled environment. We worked for food, and I taught him to down with a completely different word. And that got rid of the problem altogether.
Wow.
Now just give him a different down command, because he had just paired it up. It's called classical conditioning, right? We're just talking Pavlov and Skinner here, right? And so it's just classical conditioning.
Dinging the bell and they salivate. Yeah.
There you go, right? And for him, the sound off means you're about to get whacked. And so, we just gave him a different word. And we had to do the same thing with his release command, because the way they had built his out or his release off of a bite was all through compulsion. Well, this dog wants to keep this thing, right? The reason we choose these dogs is because they have high possession, right? They don't want to let go of something once they catch it, right? The dog that lets go of the rabbit once they catch it starves to death.
Right, yeah.
Yep. And so they don't want to let go of it. And so they had done the same thing with him with an e-collar, with high-level e-collar work with his out, right? He would be on a bite, and they'd freaking crank that e-collar up and fry him to get him to out. So now he thinks that outs involve fighting, right? Because he's fighting through pain. He's experiencing a high level of pain.
About to be electrocuted. And usually they're screaming at the dog, telling it to let go while they're frying it, which means the dog knows it's coming from you, right? They're not dumb. They know that you're the one doing that because you actually told them you're the one doing that. You're like, "No, boop." Yeah. And so they know, they pick it up. Yeah.
And so literally with that dog, we did the same thing. I went back to the drawing board and I would get him on a bite sleeve. So I'd get him on a bite. And then I would hold the bite sleeve. I would attach a leash to the bite sleeve. So he would have it in his mouth, and he's not going to want to let it go. I've already pulled my arm out of it. He's not going to want to let it go because he knows the game's over. And I would literally just sit there and wait. And sometimes it's 30 minutes, sometimes it's an hour, but you sit there and wait. And eventually, having this big thing stuffed in their mouth and having done this bite work, they're tired. And eventually they get tired enough to where they let go of the sleeve. On their own, they'll just spit it out. And as soon as they do, I mark it with a new release cue. And as soon as it comes out and hits the ground, it comes alive again. I give them a bite again. And so the dog learns I can continue the game by letting go instead of the game ends if I let go.
So how do you teach a dog that you don't want it to let go until you give the release? Like how do you switch that? So like in that situation, if I understand, the dog's biting, you wait till he gets exhausted. The moment he gets exhausted and releases, you say the release command. So now he's associating releasing with that command.
We're pairing it. Yep.
But then how do you reverse that process to where now when I say the command, now you release?
It happens, right? So it's just classical conditioning is a process that happens through repetition.
Okay.
Right. So that's all Pavlov's dogs was it was high repetition count, right? Ring the bell, feed the dog, ring the bell, feed the dog, ring the bell, feed the dog. Eventually ringing the bell creates a subconscious response, not a conscious response. Right. That is what the power of classical conditioning is that it's a subconscious response because salivation is not conscious. A dog can't intentionally start drooling. Well, that's what that experiment showed is that the bell would ring and the dog would start drooling. which means the connection has become subconscious.
So you do it enough times that eventually when you say it, if he is still biting, he's like, wait, I'm doing something that I'm normally not still doing whenever he says this thing, so
Correct.
I'm going to stop.
And he knows that the key to continuing the game is letting go. Right? And so it's all about rep count in any individual direction. So in training, right? Every single time that I tell him to out, he's going to get to bite again. Every time. I'm not going to drag him off and into the game. Right? Eventually I have to, right? Because we can't just do it all day long.
Yeah.
Right? But I want to get 10 reps where he gets a bite after he releases, and then the 1 rep where he doesn't. Right? Then the transition to that is when we get out and we're working, what his expectation is that the game continues by letting go. So he can let go, and then he can reactivate the game or continue the game through letting go.
So how do you train them to, if they're biting on a suspect, you want them, like say they, in that situation where you grab the back of the thigh and they basically use the dog to pull him towards the officers. You want him to continue biting because that's like your connection, your claw that's now grabbed onto this guy.
Right.
How do you get to the point where the dog says, okay, I know that to continue playing I have to let go, but in this moment I need to not let go?
Just desensitization, right?
Okay.
So most of the time the dogs on the front end edge way higher towards possession than letting go, right?
Okay.
Usually the battle is always getting them to let go.
Okay.
Right? And so they edge way higher towards possession than letting go. So usually getting them to stay on the grip, if they're genetically correct, the right dog for the job is not a problem. And then it's all just cues, right? So the dog understands that the only acceptable cue for letting go is whatever that command is, right? So for my dog, it's Losh, L-O-S-H, which is a Dutch release command, right? And so that's what I say to him, right? I'll say his name as a preparatory command, right? So I'll say, Buddy. That makes him listen to me. Dog's name is Buddy. That makes him listen to me. And then Losh is the command to let go. Now, everything does change on a live bite. Right? When you're on a suspect for that dog may have outed perfectly in training 150 times. Live bite is different. And the primary reason is because the context is completely different. Right? They are smelling fear pheromones and hormones from this human being. Right? This human being is probably thrashing and fighting. Right? Which makes it worse. Makes it harder for the dog to want to let go because dogs biologically aren't supposed to stop biting until the animal stops moving. Right? Like that's when
and then for the suspect, it's really hard to stop moving when
somebody's
a
chewing on
dog
your
is
arm.
biting you.
Yep.
And that's always been the thing where, and I'm careful how I say this, but almost to like an empathize with the person who's being attacked. Now, obviously there's some scumbags and I'm like, whatever, man, if whatever, you deserve this.
Right.
But there's some situations where I'm like, I get it. Like, you got a dog biting you, and now we're telling you to stop moving.
Right.
I don't think I could stop moving in that situation. So it's a really strange. But anyways, go on.
But even that in and of itself goes into technique, right? So like modern technique and how we teach dogs to bite is very different than the old school. So old school dogs would bite, pull back, shake, rip, and tear, and like drag the person backwards. Properly trained new dogs don't do that. They actually drive forward. So they push into the person. Because imagine trying to cuff a suspect while a dog is pulling their arm away. But if I have the dog on a tricep or bicep and they are shoving that digit into the core of the person's body, getting that hand behind the back for cuffing is way simpler. Way simpler. Not to mention, if the dog is pushing, the amount of flesh tearing that's happening is significantly reduced. And that's taught, so there's a portion of that that's genetic. It's what we call a pushing grip or a pushing bite. There's a portion of that that's genetic, but then there's also a portion of that that's training in teaching the dog that the way you win is by pushing forward, right? So we teach all of our dogs, the more pressure somebody puts on you, the harder you bite and push forward, that pressure goes away. So the dog learns that if somebody hits me in the eye, if I bite and push in harder, they'll stop hitting me in the eye. Right? Now, that's all through training. Evidently, obviously, on the street, the guy's not going to stop hitting. But the goal is that we've gotten enough repetitions in training that the dog believes that's the way he ends the fight. He ends the fight by continuing to take the fight forward through the man.
Yeah.
So then you don't have a dog that's off balancing officers and yanking the suspect out of the way while you're trying to get the suspect. And so cuffing becomes easier. It's still not easy, but it becomes easier in those instances.
Yeah, I've never seen that. Like what you're describing, the push.
Yeah.
My mind always goes to the pull and that just vicious like shaking motion that they do.
Yeah.
And I've never really seen the push thing. I'd be curious to see that because it's counterintuitive, but it does make sense.
Yep. And what it does is it keeps the grip in the same spot, so you minimize damage. When the dog really understands it and understands turning off pressure through pushing and biting harder, you get a greater level of pain compliance because the suspect's not being thrashed all over the place, trying to also move an arm and listen to, like it's a different process. The other thing that I find too is when dogs are backpedaling in the bite, right? So if they're yanking, pulling, shaking, that's a sign to me for a lot of dogs that they actually don't want to be there. Right? Like if you and I are going to get into a sparring match and the whole time I run away from you, even if I'm throwing jabs while running away, that's a pretty clear sign I probably didn't want to be there in the first place.
Yeah. Hold me back. Hold me back.
That's right. Yeah. Hold me back, bro. Exactly right.
So for departments who have more of an old school program, canine program.
Yeah.
And for the officers who may be listening who are interested in what you're talking about, what would you say that they could do, research to maybe nudge their department in that direction?
Get outside of your echo chamber. That's the biggest thing. Go train with other people.
Okay.
Go train with other people. Find independent training groups. And I know there's a lot of contention in the dog world about sport dogs versus real dogs versus
competitive shooting versus
exactly right. But the truth of the matter is, right, if you can handle the stress of competitive shooting and drill a target, you have a better chance, right? When crap goes wrong.
You have some stress
real.
Inoculation that has occurred. And
so, the truth of the matter is I think a large majority of the modern training techniques that are moving police dogs kind of into the next phase are coming from the sport world. So even though there's this like faux pas of, don't go train with a sport trainer because their dogs are not real, they're not street dogs. If you believe that, you'll never progress with your dog, right? Like learning is the ability to take what's useful and remove what's not.
That's hilarious, the parallels there.
Oh, dude, it's in everything. It is in everything. And there was a local canine trainer up in the area that I had that told his officers that they couldn't come train with me. And my initial gut reaction was that it was a fear thing, right? Like he was afraid because he's a pretty old school trainer.
Okay.
I mean, he's not a bad trainer either. He's a good trainer. But I think that, his concern was that his officers would see a different caliber of dog, and he sold them all their dogs, right? So maybe some worry that they're going to realize maybe they didn't get a great dog, or maybe some worry that they're going to see training techniques that will change things that they've been battling with for 6 or 8 or 10 months. I'm very conscientious because I do not have a background working the street in law enforcement. I do not teach tactics ever. Because that is not, I'm a stay in my lane kind of guy, right? But what I can do is make you and your dog better, right? What I can do is help you solve problems, right? If you're having trouble capping your dog at a door, I know enough about how the dog's brain works to help you be able to work through that.
When you say capping, you mean like having the dog not bark? And
Correct.
Okay.
Not scream his head off at the door.
Okay.
Right? And things like that, a lot of officers struggle with that stuff. And so that's where I stick to the fundamentals of the dog. I don't get into tactics with officers because that's not my game, right? Do I feel like I probably have enough education where I could really help them with a lot of that? I do, but because I haven't worked the job, I don't step into that role. I just do the dog. And so, because honestly, most of the tactics-based training that they get with their dogs isn't bad. Most of what they get that's bad is the dog training advice, right? How do I get this animal to do something different, learn something different, respond in a different way? That's most of the advice they get that's not great. But mostly the advice they get on tactics from their departments are experienced guys who have operated a dog before in a high-stress situation. That's who they need to be relying on for tactics. But the actual dogs themselves, that's where I come into play. But even if it's not me, there are some fantastic companies like Rich and his group out in California, Police Canine Radio, and they've got a great podcast on it. They've got great material on helping handlers think through the kind of traditional problems that they have. All of those guys were handlers their entire career, and so they've got a lot of real world experience, and I've been able to go out and train with them quite a few times. And I think they've got 14 of my dogs now out there. And just absolutely killing it. They love the dogs they get from me, and I love those guys to death, and they're pretty incredible people. But there's a group, there's Torchlight Canine, which is over in Oklahoma. They do a stellar job, right? They really put the screws to handlers and train handlers and dogs together, and they build monster dogs. There's Eric Stansbro. He's up in Ohio. There's just some really good guys all around the country that are doing really good modern police canine training. And so that's the biggest thing I can suggest. Get out of your echo chamber, get away from your training group, and go train with someone else. Because it's the echo chamber is so dangerous. Right, like it's dangerous. We see it in everything. We see it in the firearms world. We see it in the self-defense world. We see it in the martial arts world. Even in dog breeding, we call it kennel blindness, right? But it's basically like you think everything you produce hung the moon, and the reality is, if somebody looks from the outside, they probably are trash. And so, but you see all that all the time. Like, get away from that echo chamber. Go find somebody else to train with. Get outside the box. Go to a sport trial. Right? As counterintuitive as it sounds, because those dogs don't hit the streets, I guarantee you a large percent of them could. I guarantee you a large percent of them are enough dog to do that. And then you've got a, 25-year-old blonde, 110-pound female handler that is taking this 90-pound Malinois and running this dog like nobody you've ever seen.
Wow.
Right? Like, there's something to be learned there.
Yeah.
There's an element of control, an element of drive. And if you think your dog, as a police officer, is harder or higher drive than those dogs that are titling at high levels in sports, you're an idiot. Because most of those dogs can cross over. Specifically the sport of PSA was kind of what it was designed for. It was designed for more real application in a sport, right? And so the guy that originally started the sport has a police dog kennel. That's literally what he did, was build green dogs for departments.
What does PSA stand for?
Protection Sports Association.
Okay.
Right. So it's just a sport, but it is a sport that is extremely difficult. All dog sports are great. There's tons of, like, there's IGP, there's French ring, there's Mondio ring, there's Belgian ring. There's all kinds of protection sports for dogs that come from all different areas of the world. And they are all great at certain things. Right? Like, French ring is a speed-based sport. If you have a slow dog, they're not going to work out. Right? It is a speed-based sport, and it is decoy versus dog. Right? So it's a battle of the wits and a battle of movement, right, between decoy and dog. The KNPV, which is the national dog sport in the Netherlands, is one of the few dog sports that is still around in its original form. So over 100 years later, the rules haven't changed.
Wow.
Now, most of the dogs that come out of that sport are pretty beat up because it's a very hard sport on the dog. Most of the time they have broken teeth by the time they get over here.
Good gosh.
Because the design of the sport was to test and produce the best police dogs on the planet. So they test them hard, really, really hard. And, but that sport hasn't changed rules in over 100 years. And PSA is an American-based sport, but at the top levels of PSA, like PSA 3 level, we're in the 30s as to how many dogs have ever gotten a PSA 3. Like, only 30 dogs in history.
Oh my gosh.
And so the level, number one, of the genetic capacity of the dog, how hard can this dog go? How much can they work? And then also the trainer's ability to train and raise up that dog and then trial together and compete together as a team. Like, there are very few people in the world that can do it. Mm-hmm. And, we're talking about sending dogs into blind sends, right? So you've got a U-Haul truck 150 yards down a field, and you have to send your dog, and they don't know that there's a suspect in the U-Haul truck. So you have to be able to direct your dog, and there's multiple things out, multiple trucks, multiple trailers. You have to be able to tell your dog which one to go to from 150 yards away. Then when your dog enters the back of that truck, there will be a running chainsaw and a backpack blower. And he has to hit those decoys in that truck with a running chainsaw and a backpack blower like his life depends on it. Most of the dogs round the corner and go, screw that. And so,
wow,
the level of dog. Now you take that dog, where is he going to see that on the street? Right?
Probably not. But if he can do that, then he can do almost anything.
Yep. And then, prior to doing that, they spend 30 minutes on the field doing obedience exercises and agility exercises and jumps, all while surrounded by 5 guys in bite suits, whacking them with sticks, trying to get them to bite them. And the dog has to not bite. If the dog bites, automatic failure. And so it's
remarkable that you can get an animal to do that.
It's insane. It's so cool because you're talking dogs that would absolutely compete with the elite SF and law enforcement dogs anywhere in the world. And they have a level of control on them that our service units tell us isn't possible.
Mm-hmm.
But you literally watch it happen. And it's absolutely insane. So what that shows is how big the gap is between what these dogs are capable of and what we usually put up with. Right? And so what we usually put up with in street work versus what the dog is actually capable of are not even close.
Mm-hmm.
They're capable of so much more. And so, yeah, it's wild what they're able to do.
In the old school training, like what are some of the objections or the pushback you get from them to this new way of training canines?
So a lot of that depends on the person, really just how open the person is to learning things.
Mm-hmm.
Because the proof is in the pudding.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you can show them, oftentimes it's an eye-opener. The hardest part is when you just really have people that are stuck in their ways and they'll be like, well, that won't work.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it will, and I can show you. And once you can bridge that gap, it really is game over. The hardest part is I think most of your handlers, most of your newer handlers who have been handling 5 years, 10 years or less are open to it. Most of them know, and they have at least seen videos or seen, like I've got a good buddy of mine named Jake Simmons, and Jake runs probably the largest canine law enforcement group on Facebook. And Jake's a canine handler not far from here out in White County. And I've known Jake for years. We used to train sport protection dogs before he ever got into law enforcement. And so I've known him for a long time. But he started this law enforcement canine group on Facebook. And there's a lot of great information in there, right? So for canine handlers, you can pull on the experiences. Like one of the guys in there was the canine director for LAPD SWAT for almost his entire career.
Okay.
Right, this guy's probably got more deployments with a dog than everybody else in the group combined, right? Like it's pretty wild. But just some really great talent, great trainers, great people in that group. And I find most of the time your handlers who are 10 years and under are seeing these things. And so they're seeing videos of deployments and then going, dang, that's not my dog.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if my dog could do that. Or they're seeing training scenarios and they're going, dadgummit, I don't know if my dog could do that. And so they're starting to get this thing in their head that maybe there is something more. Typically where we run into the issues is the old timers. So if they have a trainer for their department that has been training canines there for 30 years,
mm-hmm.
right? That are just kind of tenured in, they're set in their ways, they're
good old boy.
This is the way I always did it and it never failed me. Canine deployments and how dogs are being utilized today are very different than they were 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
The level of violence brought by criminals we're seeing is significantly higher today than it was 30 years ago. The amount of people on substances that we're seeing is higher than it was 30 years ago. And so things are changing. And the question is whether they change or they don't. I think as the old guard is getting washed out, as those trainers are retiring, moving on with their careers, and we're getting newer, younger guys in there, departments are starting to get a lot more forward thinking in this stuff. But that's really the big objection is, well, I've always done it a different way. Mm-hmm. Well, that's cool. But, if you have 30 years of experience, but all you've done is repeat the same year of experience 30 times, right? That's a problem,
mm-hmm.
right? The ability to learn and adapt and pick up new things is really where, that's really where the rubber meets the road, for dog training, because we're learning so much more in terms of canine cognition and how they think and how the neurotransmitters works in a dog's brain and all of that stuff. Understanding how dogs work and think is so far in front of where it was even just 5 to 10 years ago. The research that's being done by universities on all this stuff is just nuts. And so there's no excuse, right? Like, not knowing this stuff is just simply not going out and seeking it. It's just ignorance.
Yeah. So you juxtapose the the police space with the civilian, what do you call it, private protection?
Protection stuff. Yep.
Protection stuff. Did the private protection stuff, who seemed, as far as I understand, they seem to be doing this new type of training more so than the police. Have they always done it that way, or did they used to do the beat 'em up, make yourself the alpha style training?
Yeah, so all of dog training used to be that. All of working dog training used to be that. But what has happened, and the reason that the industry has progressed forward, and this is where, real dog versus sport dog people can really get into it. But the fact of the matter is the majority of all modern training methodologies came from sport. And the reason it came from sport is because humans by nature are competitive. Mm-hmm. And so if I can figure out how to do a better, cleaner, faster job than you on the field, I score better and I win. Mm-hmm. And the competitive nature of human beings is what has pushed training knowledge and trying different things forward in the sport world. And don't get me wrong, there are absolutely sport concepts that don't work on the street. That's a given, right? But from the fundamental elements of training a dog is training a dog. Whether you're training a dog to bite or you're training a dog to sit, it's actually the exact same process, right? Just a different outcome. Mm-hmm. And it's a different behavior, but teaching behavior is teaching behavior. Right? It just all boils down to operant and classical conditioning. How does the brain take in and retain information? How do they know what's right versus what's wrong? That is all dog training is. And so understanding how to communicate those in different methodologies, right? Like the old school way was there was an old book, I don't even know what year it was written, but it was probably back in the 60s or earlier, called the Kohler Method. And the Kohler Method was written by a guy who produced German Shepherds for law enforcement work, and it was very old school. Very high punishment, what we call aversion training, right? So high compulsion, high punishment. In the quadrants of operant conditioning, it's all sitting in the positive punishment category. Okay. And so...
Can you go over those quadrants?
Yeah, so the quadrants of operant conditioning, so there's 4 quadrants, right? And this is from B.F. Skinner, right? So we had classical conditioning came from Pavlov. Then we have B.F. Skinner, who wrote several books about operant conditioning. It's human learning theory, but it works for most animals. Okay. So operant conditioning, there's 4 quadrants of operant conditioning. And what it states is that these are the 4 primary ways that animals learn to repeat or stop repeating behaviors. Okay. Positive reinforcement is one of them. So you have positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, positive punishment, negative punishment. Okay. The way that you kind of quantify those things is that positive and negative simply mean to add or remove. They do not mean good or bad. Okay. So positive reinforcement is the addition of something. So we're adding something to the dog in order to increase the likelihood he does that behavior again. Right? We want to reinforce the things that we want to come back. Yep. A treat, a ball, a toy, a pet on the head, words of affirmation. Any of those things can be a reinforcer to that dog. Okay? Positive punishment, again, positive, which means we're adding positive punishment. We want to punish behaviors that we don't want to come back. So we reinforce behaviors we want to come back. We punish behaviors we don't want to come back. Positive punishment means adding a sensation, adding something to the dog in order to decrease the likelihood of the behavior returning. In parenting, spanking is a positive punishment. Right. We're adding a sensation in order to decrease the likelihood that you kick your little brother in the face next time. Right? So then you have the negative quadrants, which is the removal of. So negative punishment would be like grounding. Okay. Versus spanking, right? We're removing something from you.
Gotcha. Yeah.
In order to decrease the likelihood you want to do that again. Negative reinforcement, kind of the easiest way, and this isn't 100% technically correct definition, but the easiest way to kind of understand negative reinforcement, because we want to remove something and increase the likelihood you do the behavior again. Okay. Seatbelt alarm in your car. Good example. Okay. When you get in, it defaults to annoying, right? When you put your seatbelt on, it removes that pressure from you.
Gotcha. I'm tracking.
Yep. So it encourages you to put your seatbelt on faster by teaching you to turn the pressure off. Get rid of that thing. Get rid of that noise, right? So animals learn in all 4 quadrants. Old school dog training was almost positive punishment only, right? If you do the bad thing, you get the whack, right? And then hopefully you don't want to do the bad thing anymore. The problem is...
And there's also a temporal element to that too. Like you have to do it soon enough.
You have to do it soon enough. Timing has to be super fast. Like the actual timing's about 1.3, 1.4 seconds.
Oh, wow. Really, really fast.
Yep. Or there's a disconnect, right? So the idea that your dog pees on the carpet, you shove their nose in it, and then you spat them on the nose. If you are outside of 1.3, 1.4 seconds, you're just abusing the dog.
Which is most of the time, if not all the time.
Almost impossible.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible. And so that's where positive punishment starts to fall apart, is timing is everything in positive punishment. And the truth of the matter is, if you look at wild canines, they actually don't operate in the positive quadrants almost ever, right? So positive reinforcement stops in nature at about 8 weeks old, right? Because at 8 weeks old, they are no longer just rewarded by their parents for good behavior, right? Most of a wild animal's life is lived in the negative quadrants, right? If you don't hunt today, you die. So you avoid the consequence of death by catching your food, right? Food is not inherently rewarding. It's just the absence of death.
Staves off the hunger pangs.
Correct. Which removing hunger pains, right? The body produced a pressure. If we do the behavior, we make that pressure go away. That's negative reinforcement, right? So they operate predominantly in negative quadrants. When I was doing that drill with my dog Zeus, where I just let him bark his head off, right? I was operating in the negative quadrants there. Predominantly negative punishment. Keep doing that, nothing's cool is going to happen for you, right? You can bark all you want. Nothing's going to happen, right? So the consequence is the separation from the thing that he wants to do, right? Go ahead, keep doing that behavior. But I discouraged that behavior by holding him away until he made the decision to stop. Then the moment he made the decision to stop, I gave him positive reinforcement by telling him he can bite. So I used both a negative punishment quadrant stacked with a positive reinforcement quadrant to build that behavior.
And that's, I'm sorry now, which quadrant was that? Was that the seatbelt alarm quadrant?
No, it would be negative punishment, the removal of something. I'm keeping him away from the thing
gotcha.
that he wants.
Because he wants to bite,
Right.
and you're not letting him bite.
I'm trying to decrease all that barking. Right?
Okay.
I'm trying to get rid of that barking. So since I'm trying to get rid of the barking, I have to be in a punishment quadrant. Because if I'm removing a behavior or decreasing a behavior, it's inherently a punishment quadrant.
Okay.
Right? So I'm trying to decrease that behavior by withholding the thing that he wants. So that's a negative punishment. Okay. Then the moment he stops and gives me this behavior, Stellan, bite command, then he gets to go bite. So I'm then reinforcing the correct behavior, which is quiet and look at me, by giving him the thing that he wants worse than anything. Right? So I showed him all your craziness is only going to make that thing stay away.
And when he looked at you, you did that within the 1 point, whatever.
It's instantly.
Okay.
Yeah. It has to be eye contact, Stellan, and he goes.
Okay.
Right? It has to happen that fast for him. Then we build duration over time. So
Okay.
we start by showing him this behavior's the wrong one, this one's the right one. Right? Don't do the crazy, screamy, barky thing. Shut up. Look at me. Then you get the bite. Right? Then we build duration. Right? So in that duration looks like, okay, you're looking at me for 2 seconds, you get the bite. Okay, you're looking at me for 5 seconds, you get the bite. Okay, you're looking at me for 30 seconds, you get the bite. Okay, you're still looking at me, and now the guy can move around and walk around the room. You're still looking at me? Cool, you get the bite. Right? So we just build on it from there by raising the dog's threshold for behavior. Right? We're just teaching them, hey, you can do this more and more and more no matter what that thing is doing. And ultimately, it's going to end in you getting what you want.
Okay.
Right? And that is working with the dog, not against the dog. Right? When we really understand what the dog's motivations are and what their drives are, our goal needs to be to work with this animal, not against this animal, or your relationship with the animal is always going to be conflict because they want to do the thing you don't want them to do, and it's this big battle. It's just not worth it. Right? There's just so many better ways to do it. And these dogs are so stinking intelligent, and old school dog training just does not give them credit for the level of intelligence they have. And so yeah,
Wow.
so that's kind of the learning process. And what's funny is 95% of my business is training people's pets. And I will tell you right now that good pet trainers will train circles around the world's majority of canine trainers. I mean circles around them. And here's the reason why. When you get a well-bred Belgian Malinois, you have a Ferrari. It is not hard to make a Ferrari go fast. When you have Mrs. Smith's Doodle, who when the doorbell rings pees itself and hides behind the couch, making that dog go fast takes a lot of skill. And your pet trainers tend to understand working with differing types of dogs better, and they tend to be able to temper their responses for dogs that can handle it better. And so they tend to have much more kit gloves, I guess you could say. Like they tend to just handle things smoother and better. And so like a lot of my officers that come out of law enforcement, and then if they were handlers and they want to start a dog training business, there's usually a huge learning curve, right? Because they're accustomed to spending their whole life around the elite of the elite dog types.
Wow.
Right. And then they want to take that skill and transfer it into something they can do in retirement, which I think is great for them to do. I think they should. But then they get the first dog that as soon as they slip the leash over the dog's head, the dog starts screaming like you've shot them. Their working dogs never did that. They had to whack their working dogs with a 2x4 to get that dog to feel anything. And then they just put a leash on this dog's head and it starts screaming and rolling around on the ground like an alligator. And they don't know what to do. Right? They're like, I don't know what to do about this. And ultimately, all the concepts are the same. The way you train that out of that dog, right, is the same way that you teach a police dog to do their task. You just have to understand it at varying degrees is all. And so it's all the same thing. They all learn the same way. They all learn through reinforcement or consequences, right? But it's just understanding that, you know, when you have an elite of an elite animal, the consequences that you can provide, like when you just put that leash on that dog, that was a consequence, right? For your working dog, that was never a consequence. They put that leash on and they're like, boom, into the leash. Where are we going? Yeah. Right? Like, it's all good.
Yeah.
And so it's a very different mentality. But 95% of our business is training pet dogs. Because while I still do law enforcement dogs because it's a passion. I love it. I love training dogs that save lives. That's my favorite thing. And, but from a business standpoint, there's no money in it, right? It's a kind of an antiquated industry. The prices of police dogs haven't really gone up since the 80s, right? You can go out and buy a, show-bred, championship-winning poodle and pay 30 or 40 grand. But you go to a department with a police dog that will track suspects, find bombs, save lives, apprehend suspects, and they look at you weird if you're charging more than $15,000. Yep.
Good gosh, that's so strange.
It is really weird. But it's the industry. And ultimately, I think the reason, and that is shifting, right? Prices of dogs are starting to go up as departments are getting sick of getting junk dogs. But the problem is for every guy like me, that's like, hey, my dog's $21K, they'll find 4 other vendors that'll sell them a dog for $10K that are trash. And until they buy those $10K dogs and somebody gets hurt or the dog gets run off when going after a suspect, they won't realize the mistake that was made. And so it's just a very slow learning curve for the industry to kind of adapt. But it is going that direction. It is getting better. Information is getting shared way more widely. We've got great law enforcement canine podcasts out there now. There's some really good ones with great information for handlers. And then we've got these groups connecting online, like this LEO canine page on Facebook that my buddy runs. And so things are really moving forward in the industry. It's just a slow progression is all.
Yeah. It is amazing now with ubiquity of podcasts and YouTube and all that stuff, how easier it is, it seems, to get out of those echo chambers. Obviously, you still have the old heads that are stuck in their ways and they're calcified, but it's pretty neat to have that, to live in a era where we can have these conversations and share this with a lot of people. So with the civilian training, is most of it I guess would like obedience work? Is that what you'd call it?
Yeah, so a fair amount of it is obedience work. We kind of specialize, like our company specializes specifically in behavior modification.
And it's Apogee Canine.
Agoge canine.
Oh,
Yeah. Was my beard hair covering the G? Yeah.
I was thinking Apogee because like a little dog that's like lunging and like it reaches like Apogee or something.
Right. Yeah, no, it's a Agoge canine. And
Apogee Canine. Circle
Canine.
C.
Circle C. Here
Just
it comes.
now.
Yep. And so we call Tim Kennedy and get it lined up with his private school, right?
Yeah.
He started the private school called Apogee, right? And so
Probably a lot of parallels there.
well,
with
probably
raising kids and training dogs.
Truth. So yeah, so we do a lot of behavior modification.
Okay.
So we get a lot of dogs that have bitten people, bit other dogs, bit children, a lot of anxiety issues, fear issues, stuff like that. Because it's a lot of the stuff that a lot of other trainers really have a hard time shifting. Mm-hmm. We get some basic obedience cases. Those are fun because they're easy, right? That's just a fun time with a dog, just teaching them cool obedience. That's a good time. And, but I would say, we train anywhere between 12 and 16 dogs a month, every month. And we've been doing that now for 3 years solid, that we've been doing that. I've been in it a lot longer than that, but just as our company, we've been doing it for 3 years solid. And I would say out of the 12 to 16 dogs a month, probably 8 of them are behavioral rehabilitation cases. Like I think we've got 4 or 5 in right now that have like confirmed live bites on people. They've hurt people. And so the majority of those cases, though, are not what they seem on the surface. It's not actually aggression 99% of the time. 99% of the time, it's a fear problem in the dog, and it is a lack of leadership at home. And dogs devolve into chaos really fast when they have no structure. Right? There are some dogs that can handle a life of no structure, and it's no problem. Like, they're cool. No big deal. But the large majority of dogs, when not provided with structure, devolve into chaos pretty quickly. And it's kind of like, it's kind of like raising a small child, right? If you got a 3 or 4 year old kid and you never ever give them any direction, your house is going to be a wreck, right? They're going to destroy things, right? And it's not, they're not intending ill will, right? That kid didn't wake up that morning and go, I think I'm going to make my parents' life miserable today, right? It's just the nature of no structure. It's the nature of lack of rules and lack of discipline is that chaos begins to move in. Same thing happens with dogs.
So with the dogs and the structure, what are you talking about? Are you talking about like at this time every day we go for a walk? How does that structure play out?
So it's less about like scheduled structure or predictability and more about how they view their relationship with the human. Okay, so dogs are designed inherently to follow lead, right? In the wild, in dog packs, dogs have elder members of the family that are the ones usually making decisions about things, right? So where are we traveling to next? When are we hunting? When are we laying down at night? When are we finding water, right? And then all of the dogs within the pack have specific jobs that they have to do to keep the survivability of the pack at a high rate, okay? Then we move into the domesticated world, and we just tell our dogs, hey, listen, you do whatever you want, whenever you want. There will be 0 consequences. Best of luck. Then we're surprised when the dog is sitting in the corner shaking because we left the house and the dog has never had any semblance of structure in their life. So dogs only do what they are allowed to do, right? So if your dog is anxious, it's because you've allowed them to stay anxious. If your dog is aggressive, it's because you've allowed them to be aggressive. Right? They will only do the things that they are allowed to do. Now, the trick is that most people don't understand how to communicate that the dog is not allowed to do that. That's where trainers come in.
Okay.
Right? That is our job, is to help break down the natural communication loss between human and canine. Because humans think about dogs like they think about other humans. Right? But dogs just simply don't operate that way. Like, it's just not how they process information. It's not the same thing.
Okay.
How dogs view affection and how few humans share affection are 2 different things. All right? So dogs can only receive and understand affection. So first we have to define what affection is, right? So affection is the release of neurotransmitting chemicals. So we're talking about the release of things like dopamine and serotonin, right? Specifically more so serotonin when it comes to affection. Right? So when you love on a dog, right? And you pet a dog and you cuddle a dog, if the dog enjoys that, so if that is a reinforcing behavior for the dog, then there is neurotransmitters being released in that process. Much like with humans, those neurotransmitters become addictive, right? That's why we live in a society that deals with dopamine addiction, right? That's the doom scrolling. That's the constant micro hits of dopamine that ultimately erode our ability to be happy with ourselves. Same thing happens to dogs is we overfuel this dopamine and serotonin in them all the time, and they become unable to solve problems on their own. They become basically catatonic, right? You are everything to them. And so in those cases, when we're talking about that stuff, when we're talking about dogs developing behavioral problems, 9 times out of 10, it's because the dog has never been asked to think independently, do independently, or do anything of structure, right? So dogs are working animals, right? They're supposed to work for their keep. Right, they are supposed to work for every meal, right? No, in nature, rabbits don't run and jump in dogs' mouths, right? Like
or in their bowl,
Yeah, you got to go get it. But we bring them into our homes, right? And what do most people do, right? They throw unlimited food out there for the dog. They throw unlimited affection, unlimited cuddles, unlimited ball time, with no real structure. Right? What happens to kids when we give them every single thing they ever ask for and we never apply rules?
They turn into monsters.
Yep, they turn into monsters. Brats, right? They become entitled. They won't work, right? They suck up our welfare system, right? They do a lot of things. Dogs do the same thing.
They break into gun stores in the middle of the night.
Yep, absolutely, right? There's a lot of things that go wrong when that stuff happens. Dogs do the same thing, right? They turn into monsters because they are not designed to live a life where everything's handed to them.
You basically just turn them into junkies.
You do. Absolutely. Right. Both chemical and physical. Like they just get in this way of being. It's so common that we see dogs come in. Like we have a dog that came in yesterday who the day that his family picked him up, the people that they adopted him from said he was great. No behavioral issues. All good. The day they pick him up and get him back to their house and go to open the cage, he hits the cage door like he's going to kill him. So they call the old owners and they're like, hey, has this dog ever shown aggression in a cage before? And the old owners are, of course, like, no, not at all. That's crazy. We've never heard of that. Of course, they're lying through their teeth. That behavior did not develop on the spot, right? But then the dog has now bitten some people, bitten his owners a couple of times over overstimulation. He would basically see another dog, get reactive towards another dog, and when they would correct him, he'd turn around and nail them.
Oh, my gosh.
And like a probably 50-pound pit bull. Right, and pit bull mix. He's kind of goofy looking, and sweet dog, but goofy looking. The day that they dropped him off, they had him in a crate, and he acted like he was going to come out of that crate and just kill everybody. I'm just going to slaughter everyone here. So I told him, I was like, put him on a leash and put him in that run over there, because all the runs outside of my training building are all covered and out of the weather and all that good stuff. I was like, put him in that run over there, and I told him, I said, this is going to be a very, very simple process, right? If he acts like that when I walk up to the fence, he won't eat food. And when he stops acting like an idiot, he can take food from me. Because the truth of the matter is he who controls the resources controls the animal. Right? Dogs operate based off of survival instinct, just like humans do. Right? At some point, it will all get boiled back down to how do we survive. Right? Now, fortunate with this dog, he never even tried that behavior with us. Never once. His family left. He's never lunged at a kennel door, never lunged at a gate door, never lunged at any of it. And it's because dogs have the ability to sense when they're going to be able to get away with things and when they're not.
It's like kids.
Yep, absolutely. And so he just picked up this vibe that we probably weren't going to let him act like an idiot, and he just never tried.
Interesting.
And then started taking food from us on day one. And so we started training. And so our goal now for him for the next month that he's with us is going to be to build enough reward history and enough new behaviors to rewrite the default neural pathways that will come up, right? So when a dog gets presented with any kind of problem and they have a response, and then that response is successful, it builds a neural pathway, right? So if they see another dog, they launch out after that another dog, growl and bark, and that other dog's owner drags that dog away. In their brain, I got uncomfortable, I used aggression, problem went away.
Success.
Aggression is now the solution. Okay. Truth of the matter is that wasn't an aggressive dog in the first place. That was a fearful dog in the first place. And he learned this works to claim my space and to get things to move away from me. Okay. And so then every time they walk that dog, right, for the next 3 or 4 years, that dog gets 20 or 30 repetitions of running dogs off. When the Amazon guy rings the doorbell and he charges and hits the door, and then the Amazon guy leaves because he has another stop, that dog thinks in his head, I ran that dude off. Look how powerful I am. Right?
And the big truck.
Right. I'm a bad dog. Right. It's like, and they think I successfully ran, and they get that repetition. And then they get the repetition when they're on the walks, running other dogs off. And then when friends come over and the dog's a little weird and they growl and bark at the friend, and then the people take him and put him in the cage, that's exactly what the dog wanted. The dog wanted to be separated from that thing that caused them pressure. Right? And so they have learned that is the answer, and that's what solves that problem. And so now what we have to do as trainers is, number one, we have to stop the old neural pathway in its tracks, meaning we have to put them in a situation where they never get to practice it again. Because let's say they've got 500 reps of doing that. I need to create a minimum of 500 reps on a different neural pathway, on a different solution, in order to balance it out. If while I'm creating these 500 reps, that dog is still getting rep count on the old pathway, I'll never catch it. Right? Which is why the primary training methodology that we use is a board and train, where the dog comes and stays with us, because it allows me to...
It's like a rehab.
It is. It allows me to completely stop the old behavior, right? If I have to put them in isolation where they can't see other dogs from their kennel because they're dog reactive, I need them to stop practicing that behavior. If I put them next to another dog and they can react through the fence, well, they're practicing the behavior they came in for. And no matter how many repetitions of the new behavior I'm getting, they're still practicing the old one, right? So it allows me to really control the variables. Stop the old neural pathway, build a new neural pathway, and get enough repetitions to take it over. Now, ultimately, in that dog, the things that cause that neural pathway in the first place are always going to be there, right? So the fear, right? The thing that caused him to be uncomfortable and react that way in the first place, those aren't going anywhere. Those are usually genetic components of the dog. Simply our goal is to teach them, hey, that solution won't make that problem go away. This solution will make that problem go away. And the dogs will do what works. So if this solution makes the problem go away, then that's what they'll start choosing. So it's something as simple as teaching the dog, right, that your focus on me and your obedience to me, in return for that, I will make sure that something that makes you uncomfortable doesn't invade your space, right? I will accomplish that for you. I will advocate for your space. That allows the dog to go, oh, geez, good. I didn't want to have to deal with that anyway. And so you get this like deep sigh of relaxation from the dog where they realize that because they didn't want to handle that problem in the first place, it made them uncomfortable, right? And so you get this response where they're like, oh, thank God, somebody will take care of this for me. And so ultimately that's where a large majority of behavioral problems come from, is the dog finds success in a behavior and then they repeat it because that's the nature of the animal. If it works, they're going to do it again. Wow. And so it's really tough because what a lot of homeowners, what a lot of pet owners see in their dog is usually not the actual picture of the dog, because they see this dog lashing out and growling and barking and lunging at kids on bicycles. And in their head, their dog is aggressive, when the greater likelihood is that their dog is fearful, right? Because the actual amount of dogs that have true forward man aggression naturally is almost none. So slim. I probably had my hands on 3,000 or 4,000 dogs in the last 20 plus years dog training. And I have ran into just a handful of them, like less than 5, that are truly dominance-based, predatory human aggression. It just is very, very rare.
So on that, it makes me think of, someone if they're attacked by a dog or a dog comes after them. Like I was on a run in our neighborhood and this German Shepherd, he typically doesn't do this, but one time he came, it's like in this little farmhouse, and he'll usually just bark from the porch. But one day he decided to come after me, and I knew I was going to outrun this dog, right, and there was nowhere to go. So I was like, all right, let's go. And I ran towards him, and he stopped and he was like, yep, this is not what I was expecting and then like
Yeah.
ran away.
Yep.
So now I'm not saying, I don't know if that would always work, but what are some things that people can do if they're ever put in that situation where a dog comes after them and they don't have some other means to defend themselves or put a barrier between them and the dog? What are maybe some behavioral hacks? I don't know. That's a good way to say it.
That's a great question. That's a great question. So what you did is the primary thing, right?
Okay.
So now, is it going to work 100% of the time? No. But 90+% of the time will it work? Yes. Because most of the time when dogs come barging out of a territory like that and barking and chasing, it is an insecurity that's causing that. Right. So I've been fortunate in my career to be able to hang out with a lot of people from tier 1 groups and things like that. And you realize pretty quickly the longer that you're in this stuff and around elite level law enforcement and military that it's usually not the loudest guy in the room you got to worry about. Right. It's usually the quietest guy in the room you got to worry about. Dogs are very much the same way. A dog that has true internal confidence usually doesn't feel the need to show it. So when the dog comes charging out of the yard, and especially when they string their bark together, right? That's a telltale sign. When you get the
yeah, he was doing that.
Yep, that's a fear response, right? So that is a nervous bark or an alerting bark in the dog. That's not a fighting bark in the dog. Usually, dogs that are coming to actually intend harm biting you don't bark, right? They just run over and bite. And so most of the time you get that charging, barking behavior, you take one sturdy step towards the dog and tell him, get out of here. Most of the time the dog's like, crap, okay, my bad. And nobody's ever done that to me. Because chances are their owner's never done that to them.
Well, and he's never done it since. And
Right.
he's still been off leash. There's no fence. Like, he's never tried it again. It's
And
like,
that just shows
that person
Yeah.
and those really short black shorts.
Yeah, exactly.
He's crazy.
He's crazy. He'll come after you. Well, but that just shows how fast they learn, right? One repetition. One repetition. And this is where dogs get so difficult for people, because the charging and barking behavior, he also probably learned in one repetition. Didn't build over time. He was out there one time. He ran and barked at somebody and they scurried away, and he was like, whoa, I'm so strong.
This is awesome.
Yeah, I'm the strongest dog ever, right? And then you come along and you're like, I don't think you're that strong. And he's like, you're right, I'm not. I'm going back home, right? And so they learn so stinking fast. So that assertive movement towards the dog, telling them to get out of your space, being stern about it, being aggressive about it. Don't chase them into their yard, right? You just need enough space. And then the big thing is insecure dogs almost always bite from behind, right? So if you stay facing them, they'll almost never tag you.
Interesting.
It takes a very confident dog to face a human head on, right? Because dogs know we're more powerful than them. And so it takes a very confident dog to fight a human head on. If you look at the majority of all dog bites to runners, walkers, things like that, it's always from behind. Always
The
from
ankles,
behind.
calf
area. And even they'll bite higher, right? They'll bite the back of the arm or the butt or the back. Like they'll, depending on how confident they are. But typically the level of confidence required to assault a human head on is fairly high. So that's one suggestion, is that. Now, if you do get into a situation where you get a dog bite, right? So you have a dog that is bitten and holding and not releasing. Or if you're walking your dog, because you see these videos all the time where, bulldog or pit bull comes out of the yard and latches onto somebody else's dog. And in those videos, everybody always does the wrong thing, right? They start trying to pull the dog apart and punch the dog in the face and, grab a rake and smash the dog on the head. The problem is, genetically, pit bulls are designed to escalate through pain, not de-escalate through pain, right? We've bred that into them. They were fighting dogs to fight other dogs for a reason, right? And so the more of that you do, the less likelihood the dog's coming off. You're just raising their threshold. They're just going to fight harder. And so you have to look at what physiologically, right? Like, how can we actually stop this dog? And hands down, it's removal of oxygen. If you choke them, they will let go.
Or brain matter.
Or brain matter. Yeah, exactly. Yep. 124 grains at about 1,000 feet per
Although
second.
it's really close to your dog, so just be careful.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 124 grains will solve a lot of problems.
Yeah.
But
if you can't change their brain, rearrange their brain.
or just rearrange it. Yeah, exactly right. But no, the choking a dog off, and this is something I also teach, like my local vet clinic was like, hey, will you come in and do a seminar on what to do if we actually get bit by a dog that won't let go, right? And it's oxygen removal. right? If you take a leash, take your belt off, take a shoelace, take anything you can and get it wrapped high and tight around the dog behind the jawbone and then straight up behind their ears, and you pull straight up in there, you don't pull away from you, right? You want it to go right up behind the jaw and push the head down, and it doesn't take long to choke them off. If it's a small object, they'll lose oxygen pretty quickly. Like if it's a small diameter object,
Okay.
they'll lose oxygen pretty quickly. If it's a big diameter, like if they have a big, thick 2-inch collar on, you'll have to apply a lot more force. But that is the fastest way to get a dog off of a bite, because the moment they begin to lose consciousness, they'll let go. And you don't even have to choke them all the way out, right? You just have to create enough of an oxygen loss that they want to go, and as soon as you get that response, they let go of whatever they've had. Mm-hmm. And so we do it. We see it in police dogs all the time. It's what they call a hard removal, right, or a hard takeoff. And so you see it in police dogs all the time. There's a faster way to do it if you have the tools on hand. You can use what's called a break stick. And so most modern law enforcement is all now teaching break stick removals instead of choke-offs, because choke-offs still take time, right? And if you're choking a dog off, especially a working dog, and they really want that bite and you have a big, thick working collar on them, they're going to fight through it until they almost pass out, right? Because that's what they're taught to do. Mm-hmm. Then the more you choke them off, the harder they fight, because they don't want to lose the thing. And so as soon as you grab their collar, you'll watch them bite on harder because they know what's coming. Mm-hmm. They're like, you're about to choke me off. So really kind of your modern instructors that are teaching this stuff teach break stick methodology.
And what is that exactly?
So a break stick, there's a company called Cirrus Canine. Sirius, I think, or Sirius Canine. And they make a break stick, so it looks basically like a pocket knife. So it folds up like a pocket knife. You flip it open, and it has a metal stick at a 90-degree angle to the handle with a little tiny paddle on the end. It looks like a tiny spatula.
Okay.
That gets slid into the dog's mouth behind their rear teeth, and then you turn it down their throat, and that spatula causes a gag reflex.
Interesting.
You can take any police dog off in less than 5 seconds with one.
Wow.
So
and there's enough space to be able to get in there.
Yep. You can also do it with your cuffs.
Oh, okay.
With an open set of cuffs, right? You just open the cuffs and you take it and slide it right behind the tooth, and you turn the hook down the throat.
The gate.
Yep. And then as soon as you do that, it'll gag them, and as soon as they gag, they'll spit. And so anybody who has never done a hard removal with a break stick has no idea what they're missing, right? Most of the big modern forward departments are actually teaching their guys not to even issue an out command anymore, right? Just go take the dog off, right? Because what do you wind up seeing on the videos? What goes on YouTube, right? The officer's trying to get their dog off, and they're going, ows, 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 and choking and choking and choking, and the dog's still thrashing.
Looks like they don't know what they're doing.
Ragdolling the guy, right? Most of these departments that are really kind of forward thinking in their training, they don't even say out. They literally walk up to the dog, break stick, put the dog in the car. And it happens that fast. It is that quick. And so you can literally take the dog off the bite in seconds instead of battling them on the bite.
Wow.
So even for, I do recommend, if you are a civilian and you're a homeowner, and let's say you have some questionable dogs in your neighborhood, get a break stick, learn to use a break stick. Because if that dog comes after your dog or jumps your fence into your backyard with your child, right, that's a great way to be able to get them off of the kid, is with a break stick. And it's fast. It minimizes damage. It's way faster than choking off.
And going back to we did talk about the gun thing, but it is very hard to shoot a dog that is attacking someone.
Correct.
And to... especially, that's like a hostage shot, basically.
It is. And they're moving, and they're thrashing, and so is your loved one, who they've got a hold of.
Yeah.
And so, it's just not a wise decision to do that with a firearm.
Yeah, reaction time, once again, is about a quarter of a second. Yep. So, you may think that you have a shot, and then a quarter of a second later, that shot may no longer be good, or that shot may now be your loved one.
Correct. That's exactly correct. And people that have never witnessed the violence, the level of violence that these kinds of dogs bring, it's overwhelming. It's extremely fast and extremely aggressive. And it's not the picture that people think it'll be. And so having a tool, having the ability to do that, even just understanding how to choke the dog off. I got bit really bad February 2 years ago by about a 95-pound Malinois. And he royally messed me up. He grabbed me by the leg. That's on my right leg. So I got the scar there.
Oh, gosh.
I've got nerve damage. Like I can't feel anything down my leg.
Good.
On that side. Big dog. And he grabbed me by the leg. I was alone. Nobody to help me. He just had a big 2-inch agitation collar on, which is what they use for bite work, right? They call it an agitation collar, but it's just so that they don't choke leaning on the end of their collar. He had a big 2-inch agitation collar on. And just freaking grabbed a hold of my leg.
So what was the context?
So the context of this was, this dog was 5.5 years old. He was trained by somebody else. I got him at 3.5 years old. So I had him 2 years. I'd had no issues with him. I had a young trainer working for me at the time who didn't have a lot of experience with working dogs. And he was doing health checks in the kennel one day. So every week with all of our working dogs, we do full body examinations just because they try to hurt themselves all the time. So we have to check the pads on their feet and check them for lacerations and all that stuff. And so he was doing kennel checks, health checks. Dog's name was Charlie. And he comes up to Charlie and he goes to lift Charlie's paw up to check his feet. And Charlie growls at him. And so this trainer, just not having enough experience and being a fairly high ego person himself, decides that he's going to let go of Charlie's leg, which was his first mistake, because that rewarded the behavior, right? He won. He growled, and it stopped. So he let go of his leg, and then he stands up, and then he kind of jumps at Charlie, and it's like, get away from me. And Charlie just boop, grabbed him by the top of the leg. Now, it was wintertime, and he had Carhartts, blue jeans, sweatpants, and thermal underwear on, right? Because it was like 20 degrees outside.
So it's almost wearing a bite suit.
Almost wearing a bite suit. So he got a little bit of like scrapes and a little bit of contusions from it, but nothing major. The problem is he opened the door in that particular dog's head that he no longer needs rules to play his favorite game. Right? So he basically showed this dog that if you want to play that game, people can't stop you. And this was a particular dog that I had bought that was going to be a part of my breeding program. I bred him once and didn't like the outcome of the breeding.
Yeah.
Because the dogs were a little too iffy, a little too live wire like that, right? And so I had already removed him from the breeding program. He does have several police canines on the street. Like, he's produced some dogs that do really good work. But both of the police canines he produced are on the border. They're in Arizona, like down south of Tucson. And so pretty live wire dog. And this guy, like, I've had the dog 2 years, never had a problem with him. Like, tries to bully him. And the dog's like, you can't do that to me. Bites him. So now he doesn't need context to play his favorite game. He's like, cool, I know I can just do this whenever I want. So then it turned into him tracking down my kennel staff when they were out in the yard and playing the game.
Oh my gosh.
Now, it was wintertime, and so they were always all covered head to toe, and so the damage wasn't there. But it happened another time, so it happened the day he charged him, and then one more time, and I was like, that's it. I am now the only one taking care of this dog because I can't have anybody getting hurt. So the very first day I go to let him out, I let him out into the yard, and I've got just my normal 5'11" pants on, t-shirt. I'm getting ready to go to a client appointment. Let him out into the yard, and I've got video of it too because my security cameras caught it all. And so I let him out into the yard, and he goes over and hikes on the fence and hikes on a post and poops and does his thing. And then I call him over because he's my buddy, dude. We've done a lot of stuff together. Call this dog over, and he comes over just happy. He's just wiggling. And so I start scratching on him, and then I see him start to overstimulate, right? I can see the wheels turning. And he starts weaving through my legs.
Like dilating to the eyes type reaction that dogs give? That like
his eyes didn't really dilate until he got ready to bite me.
Okay.
I could just see his drive escalating, right? So I went from petting him to him start trying to weave in between my legs. And he had bit both of them in the leg. And so I was like, I know where this is going. So he weaves in between my legs, and he comes around my left side, and I grab him by the collar. And I'm like, Charlie, cut, because I know where it's going. Cut it out. And he stops and he sits and he puts his ears back and he cuts his eyeballs up at me. And my fatal mistake is I let go of the dang collar. So I let go of the collar and I take a step forward with my right leg. And as soon as I do, he just comes right around, grabs my right leg, wraps it up with his paws because he's taught to push, right? And so wraps it up with his paws and is just going to town on my leg. The audio, so the camera didn't have audio right? I kind of wish it did, because I would have loved, because literally I was like, damn it, Charlie, because I know what has to happen now, right? I know this dog can't be alive anymore after this. And so that's what bummed me out. But I didn't panic. I didn't yell. And you can watch the video. All I literally do is I reach down, I grab him by the collar, and I pull up on it as hard as I can to try to create some oxygen loss. And then I start limping over to the fence with him attached to my leg. And so I'm dragging him along over to the fence. Meantime, he's just driving and pushing and biting harder. Get him over to the fence, and my plan is I'm going to open the gate, get him through the gate, and shut the gate on his neck to start reducing oxygen even more so he'll let go. But about the time I get to the gate and grab the gate handle, he pops off and I've got him by the collar. So I hold him by the collar and I back up to the gate, hold his front feet off the ground, drop him. And at this point, I'm like, I'm not even going to look at my leg, right? I don't want to look at it because I know it's going to be bad. But I've still got to get this dog handled and put up. So I walk up the hill to the front of the building. This was at our old building that you've been to, right? I walk up the hill to the front of the building and I go inside. My other trainer's in there. And I'm like, hey, dude, grab a leash and come with me. And his face turns white. He's like, Charlie? And I'm like, yep. He goes, did he get you? I'm like, yep. He goes, how bad? I'm like, I don't know yet. We're going to go get him and put him in his crate first. So we go back down. We walk back down to the yard that he was in. And when I get back there, so a lot of Malinois, when they get, this is a weird concept. So these dogs are so close to primal ancestry that their desire to chase, catch, hunt, and kill is tied to their sex drive. So they will actually get sexually aroused through work.
Wow. And
it's part of the reason we choose them, right? It's part of the reason we select for these dogs, right? I don't know if you've ever seen
There's some weird police officer like that.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And I don't know if you've ever seen a dog like smell a female in heat.
I'm joking, everyone.
Right.
Good gosh.
It's just a joke, you guys. I don't know if you've ever seen a male dog smell a female in heat.
I don't think. Yeah.
But they'll smell the female and then they'll start chattering their teeth, like clicking their teeth together and drooling and foaming at the mouth. Right? These working dogs.
I've seen Marines do that.
Yeah, exactly. Right after they eat some crayons. And so that's just what crayons do, is they foam them out. So then, and what that is, right, is that's their desire for reproduction going nuts in their head, right? And so they will chatter their teeth and they'll foam at the mouth when they smell a female. The working dogs that we select for also do that when they're hunting humans. Right. And so like they'll do that for man trailing. The right dog, when you get him set up for tracking, he'll start getting amped up. So I walk back down to the fence and this guy is sitting behind the fence, chattering his teeth, foaming at the mouth with a piece of my flesh hanging out of the corner of his mouth.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm like, well, he's not done.
Oh my gosh.
So I told my trainer that was with me, I was like, have you ever double lined a dog? He was like, no, what's that? I'm like, it's super simple. I'm going to put a slip leash on him. You're going to put a slip leash on him. As long as neither of us let off of our tension, he can't bite either one of us. Right? So it's basically just creating a catch pole with two leashes. I said, if you let go of that leash and he bites me, we are going to have problems.
I'm going to bite you.
We're going to have problems. So we get him noosed and get him into his crate, and he went in, no problem, right? He was like, yeah, what's the matter here? Like, why are you guys weird? Right, like it was just. He was like, I don't know what your problem is.
Did I do something wrong?
I didn't do something wrong. So I put him in his crate, and he ended up having to get put down because I called a friend of mine out in California who was one of the original people to bring that specific bloodline into the U.S. like 25 plus years ago. She's been in the game a really long time. Hell of a breeder, hell of a trainer. And so I called her. I'm like, hey, you know these lines really well. You know this dog type. Here's what's happening. What do you think? And she was like, it's going to continue escalating until he mauls someone. He said, that's an instability in those lines. And she said, unless he is producing stellar dogs, he needs to be removed. And I'm like, got it. No worries. And since I had already bred him and I knew the type of dogs he produced, I was like, man, they're not the kind of dogs I want to continue on. Right. So yeah, he met his end that day. And, but yeah,
do y'all do that, or do you have someone else?
I have a vet do that.
Okay.
I just muzzle him up and take him to the vet, and I've got a really great vet out by me that I've been doing business with for over a decade, and so she trusts me. If I tell her, hey, we've got a problem, she's like, okay. She actually came in on a Saturday for me. I called her. I was like, hey, we've got a dangerous issue here with a big dog, because Malinois aren't usually that big. right? Usually 95 pounds.
That's
huge for a Malinois. And he was a gigantic
What are they
dog.
normally, like 60 or 70?
60 to 70, yep. I've got one in my truck right now that's pushing 90. He's a big dude.
Do you have one in your truck right now?
Yeah, I have one in my truck right now.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
He's just hanging out?
Yeah, he's just hanging out. He's in a crate in the back. I've got crates that are...
He's like, Dad, what's taking so long?
No, he hangs out all day. He goes with me everywhere. I've got a crate in the back of my truck, and I've got it covered, so whether it's sunny or whatever, like he won't get hot. And I use working dog specific crates, so it has a locking door and 2 deadbolts on it, so there's no way he's getting out, right? Nor would anybody steal him.
Yeah,
right? It's not.
That'd be crazy.
Idea. Not a good idea. But yeah, no, he's in the truck. He goes with me everywhere because Katie hates him, and he's really a great example of a working dog. Super balanced, great dog, but he's a lot. Like, he's a big dog with a massive amount of drive. And I tell people all the time, he's like living with a dang cartoon character, right? Like, he thinks everything is funny, right? He's here for the game. Now, his favorite game is biting, but he's just here for the game, right? Like, it's all just a good time for him.
Wow.
And big dude, and he was titled overseas. I bought him already titled from the Netherlands. And a very, very, very nice dog. Super, super nice dog. I love him to death.
So on that, if someone wants to have a dog for protection and not just a domesticated dog, like we have 2 miniature dachshunds, but if someone wants to have a dog for protection, what should they look for? How can they get into that? And what are the kind of the pros and cons of that? You guys offer that service as well too, don't you?
So we don't really. We do, right? So if I have a specific client that really wants me to build a protection dog for them, I will do that. The problem is I have this thing in me that only lets me do things the correct way. Most protection dog sales that happen from vendors are not done the correct way. And they're done the money-making way. And so kind of the MO in the protection dog world is the company will go buy a dog from overseas, Germany, Czech Republic, Netherlands, that has an entry-level working title on it. Right, so like an IGP-1 or something along those lines. And that just means that the dog has some fundamental obedience, has some fundamental agility work, and knows how to bite a sleeve. Okay, but most of the time, those dogs at that level and at that time will not actually fight a human for real. Right, they haven't been generalized to biting off of the sleeve. Right, so it's just all about the sleeve. But then what these protection dog companies will do is they'll buy this dog for $5 or $7 grand, right? They'll teach the dog a couple of cool tricks like barking on command, circling around behind you to bark if somebody's behind you, that sort of stuff. And then they'll just then flip the dog and sell the dog for $60,000, $70,000. The problem is that the chances that dog will actually protect that family for real are slim to none. And for me, that's a moral problem. Because you are selling a false sense of security in that instance. And that false sense of security, as happens with everyone, will cause them to not do things right in other areas. If they think this dog will save the world for them, they may not install cameras. Right? And so they'll cut corners in other areas of their concentric rings of security for their home because they have this dog. Because they were told that this dog will save their life.
You just sold them a gun that just goes bang, but it doesn't fire a projectile.
Correct. And it might save their life, but chances are it won't. There are some people out there that are doing legit protection dogs, like absolutely will do what they're supposed to do. Like I've got a buddy of mine down in Texas, guy's name is Mike Ritlin, former SEAL, and he actually sells legit dogs. His dogs are also 110, 120K.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. But he buys the cream of the crop and then washes out the majority of them. I've literally watched this guy buy 4 or 5 $15,000 dogs from the Netherlands and wash out all but one. Right? And so he'll have 45, 50, 60K into finding that one right dog.
Wow.
So then he's still only making 60K on the dog. But the thing is, he actually does it right. His dogs will protect. They will engage, and they are stable and safe. And so you've got guys like him. And if I was going to do that for a client, I would go about it the same way. The problem is when you really start getting into those numbers, most of the people that want a personal protection dog realize that that's not really in the cards for them. Mm-hmm. And the amount of time that it takes to do that and do it right is a long time. You're probably talking a year-long process.
Gosh.
To do it right.
And to pay $120,000 for a thing that is for a protection thing that's going to live 15 years, maybe.
That you're not going to get for a year.
Yeah.
Right? That you're going to pay for the dog. They're going to build the dog for you, and then in 12 months from now, you'll have it.
Wow.
And so the truth of protection dog training is that most of it is a scam. There are some people doing legit dogs, but a large majority of it isn't. For most, and this is the conversation I have when people reach out to me about protection dogs.
I think it was you that told me a story. We don't have to say his name. Mm-hmm. But a particular YouTube personality that reached out to you, maybe I think he even came out to your place, mm-hmm. and what you told them was this, mm-hmm. and like basically like they were like, oh, okay, well then never mind, or I don't know how that transpired, but it's maybe this is a similar conversation that you have with a lot of people that reach out.
Super similar. It's the same conversation. I know exactly what you're talking about, and the conversation is this, right? When you have a truly actual trained protection dog, you essentially have a gun that can shoot itself, right? Guns are inherently safe because if I lay a loaded gun on this table, unless somebody picks it up, it just stays sitting mm-hmm. on that table. That's what makes guns inherently safe. Mm-hmm. They require a user. Dogs do not, because dogs are thinking, living, breathing creatures that can make decisions to go or not go. And so it is essentially like carrying a gun off of safety and just randomly pointing it at people all the time. Right? That's a very, very high level of responsibility required.
Yeah.
Right? Very, very high level of responsibility required. Number two, I had a trained protection dog out during our break-in, and I got there first. So the question is, in what situation mm-hmm. does the dog really provide a lot of help? Mm-hmm. Certainly if you're unarmed, it's better than nothing. If you are in a vehicle and somebody reaches into your vehicle and the dog can grab them, you're in a confined space. Drawing your firearm will be challenging if you haven't practiced it, especially, mm-hmm. right? And so those sorts of elements. But the greater thing that protection dogs do is buy you time, right? That's really what a protection dog is about. Because the fact of the matter is, if the person intends harm, they're just going to kill your dog. Mm-hmm. Dogs are not hard to kill. People are not hard to kill, right? They're just going to kill your dog. Right? If they really intend harm for you and that dog comes running, they're just going to shoot the dog and then come shoot you. Right? So the truth of the matter is, what the goal for a protection dog is to just add another ring to your concentric rings of security for your home. Right? Hopefully you hear or see the person before they realize you've heard or seen them. That's where the dog is an advantage, because they hear better than you, smell better than you, and can sense things better mm-hmm. than you. And so if they can buy you 5 seconds, that may be all that you need. Right? If they can bark before you would have heard the person break the glass, it buys you time.
Right.
And so that really is the value of a dog.
Now, is there specific training that, because obviously a dog will innately do those types of things.
Yeah, a lot of them will.
Is there an additional layer of training you can put a dog through?
Yeah.
So that's maybe not as cost prohibitive as full on protection.
So you can do what we refer to as active alert dogs. A lot of the personal protection dogs that companies sell really are just active alert dogs. They just describe it as a personal protection dog. But basically the idea is, if I'm standing at the ATM and you start getting too close and I've asked you, hey, hold your distance, please don't come any closer, you're making me uncomfortable, and you continue moving, I can tell the dog to start barking. Right? Oftentimes, even if you're still going to attack me, if that dog can be between you and me barking, it at least gives me a buffer, mm-hmm. right? It at least gives me a little bit of room to orient to what I'm doing, decide, draw my weapon, do whatever.
It's more of like a posture,
exactly.
Like in the fight or flight, posture, submit type thing.
Exactly. It's a bluff, right? I mean, the dog's probably not actually going to fight in those situations.
But it's better than not having anything, because most people would see that, and most people don't understand the nuance of what you're describing, so they would think like, oh man, this person has a attack dog.
That's correct. And the truth of the matter is, like, human beings inherently have a fear of dogs, right? Like we recognize them as predators, just like deep down in our soul. And so there is a inherent fear of dogs. I have literally been, when I was doing fugitive recovery, I have been in some really kind of sketchy projects doing that, and in housing developments areas, and walk around in full body armor with an AR-15 and still get treated like trash. No respect, right? Walk in with a dog on a leash and everybody scatters. And the dog's not even barking, right? But there is inherent human fear to the level of violence and aggression that a dog can present with. And so oftentimes that's enough. Oftentimes a loud dog barking behind a door is enough to make them go, I'm going to find a softer target.
Yeah.
Right? The truth of the matter is, and, Varg Freeborn talks about it in his book, right? And he talks about that, we really don't need to spend our life preparing for the majority of criminals. We need to spend our lives preparing for the 1%. For the one that doesn't care whether you're a soft target or not, right? Because soft targets will be discouraged by just making yourself a harder target, right? But the true criminals, the elite criminals, the true darkness that's out there doesn't care. That person is going to kill your dog anyway.
Right.
Right. And so at that point, your dog is a bit of a sacrificial lamb, right? Your dog is the thing that buys you 5 seconds. And so really thinking about dogs in terms of their security protocol is really about trying to think pragmatically about it. Like, what can this dog actually do? What are they capable of? And how can they actually help me if things really go haywire?
To help me outsource my situational awareness to some extent, just like an alarm system does.
Yep. That's exactly
you can't always stay in condition yellow.
Exactly.
You have to go to sleep.
Yep. You have to go to sleep.
And make out with the wife.
Yep. Exactly right. That's exactly right. And so that's kind of the thing, is the dog just gives you another layer. And I believe where a lot of people get into problems is they just put too much faith in the dog. Now, are there dogs, especially when you get into other breeds, that are much more naturally protective, and like if somebody just jumps over the fence, they'll get them? There are. But typically in family life, those aren't the appropriate dogs for family life, right? They're more of your guardian breed types, your mastiff breed types, your traditional junkyard dog style dogs. But that dog is a loaded weapon. And if you live in a really rough area where you need to have a loaded weapon in your yard all the time, cool, right? But if you have small kids in the home, and the life that we normally, the most of us live, that's a prohibitive thing. It's not really going to work out well.
Yeah. Well, awesome. Well, Brian, this has been great. Real quick, where can people find you? Like, talk about your business and like website and everything, and social media.
Yeah, so they can find me Instagram or Facebook.
Okay.
Instagram, it's at Agoge K9, Agoge, letter K, number 9. Same thing on Facebook, Agoge K9 on Facebook. They can find me there, reach out to me, shoot me a message. I'm happy to respond to messages and chat with people. And yeah, that's me.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming on the show.
You're welcome, dude. It was a blast.
And thank you guys for watching. And as always, train to a higher standard.